Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 110. Your weekly dose of Tuna Cup action. That's a lot of tunas. Jesus. 110, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Of course, I'm your host, VIP. And again, welcome one and all. I'm also joined by the lovely people in the chats, by the players as well, and also by my lovely bunnies. Ah, the bunnies, baby, the bunnies. I believe they're currently behind the carrier, but yes, we do have Bunny Cam. I believe this is the first Tuna Cup with Bunny Cam, I should say. There's a command in the chat to let you know the name of our lovely bunnies. We do have a pair of them, two lovely baby girls, and again, they are, I believe, hiding behind. Actually, you can see Karina. You can see her a little bit in the back, in between the carrier and the tunnel. But regardless, we're here with your weekly dose of Open Cup action. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us catch up together with what is going on with our first series of the broadcast. And we are spoiled for choice. I honestly, like, really solid first round matches. Let's have a look together. Let us have a look. So heading on over here, we do, our bracket is spilling over a little bit, but we do have initially Ragnar versus Microflex in the initial round. That leads into herO in the next round as well. Sorry, that's oh, that's it. Micro Life. That's it. I keep saying Micro Life X. That's it. But we have Ragnar versus Micro Life. Winner goes up against herO in the next round. We have Nickrecht versus Mixu. We have Ryung versus Ledlix. SKillous versus Replicant. ByuN waiting for the winner of Hacker's Top and Coral Viper. Geralt up against GG Machine. Solar waiting for the winner of Triple and Menos. And we have Christiana versus Art. A lot of really, really nice matches in the round 16. We're spoiled for choice. Like, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at Nickrecht versus Mixu into herO. Looks spicy, but looks spicy. Ryung versus Ledlix into SKillous, into Replicants, like also really good round 16 matches there. We have Geralt versus G Machine into ByuN. We have Christiana versus Art into Solar, just really solid matches. Obviously, we have our favorites like herO, like Ryung, like SKillous, ByuN, Solar, Christiana. We have got our big names, but here we also have a lot of really strong players that can bring them down on a good day as well. As you saw in the previous scene, we have decided we have gone for our matchup of choice, decided to go for Geralt versus GG Machine. I had a really hard time picking. I do think that the potential Nickrecht versus herO match is going to be really good in the quarterfinals, but the first round match of GG Machine and Geralt I feel like is going to be a lot closer, and I do really want to see how GG Machine has been looking in the latest patch. I haven't casted him, have not casted him on the latest patch, so I'm curious to see how he's performing and how he's handling himself in this matchup. I know that he's been improving a lot in recent times. He's a very young player and has been improving so much in the past year of play, and has been on that constant rate of improvement, has been on that grind, and it's been showing in his results for sure. And Geralt, of course, is a more established player. Geralt coming in as the favorite player, but I can see GG Machine bringing him down. Likewise, like Christiana versus Art is going to be really solid, leading into Solar as well against SKillous, Replicant, Ryung, Ledlix. Also really good match. Like I don't think there's really a wrong choice here. I just wish I could cast more than one round 16 match, to be honest. Like, a lot of really good matches are taking place. Best of luck to everyone involved. Best of luck. So lucky, baby. Like, I'll be honest, like this is a harder one to pick compared to, like, I don't know, War TV Mondays or Pegasus Cups, to be honest. I think we're very lucky. We're very fortunate in that respect. I mean, well, oh, there's Chi-Chi. She's having some pellets. Oh, as here we go. Here we go. But yes, so that's Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, she's our brown bunny, and we have Karina, who's in the back. Karina's white, which is why you can actually see her in between the carrier and the tunnel. Just that, like, that white patch, like, in the background, like that's her. She's lying down. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, what do we see? Oh my god. Just catching up in the chat. Catching up. Yes, Bunny Cam. Yeah, see Hacker's Top. Lovely. Yes, G. But Vita's on the way. Also, before I forget, I should emphasize as well that this is going to be our last TLMC21 edition of this tournament. Again, the Team Liquid Map Contest 21 voting has concluded, I believe, or it's closing as we speak, like one or the other. But it is wrapping up, so this is going to be our last opportunity to showcase all these maps. Then following this, next week, we will be going back to a ladder map pool, but incorporating 4 additional TLMC maps. So it's not going to be a full TLMC map pool, but we'll be adding some maps regardless and replacing them. Like we're probably going to be getting rid of Ultra Love, getting rid of Ley Lines, of course. Those are the 2 oldest map in the map pool, so we'll be getting rid of that next week. And we'll also be most likely switching out Last Fantasy for Mothership, and we'll be switching out 1 other map as well. Maybe Torches. We might switch out Torches. Or even one of the larger maps. We'll see. We'll see. Right, I think we're getting rid of Maganatha. I think Maganatha is going to be removed for another map instead. So that is the plan. Oh, there you go. 20 hours left. There you go. So yeah, so you still have a chance to vote. You still have a chance. You still have that opportunity. Otherwise, looks like vetoes are done, and we're getting into game one. Game one, ooh, is going to be on Winter Madness. Okay, bold move to allow this map through the veto process. I will say that. Bold choice. As this is one of the larger maps of the map pool, and I do favor Geralt coming into this, but we'll get into it. We'll get into it. Oh, also Indy's gonna be joining us. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. As looks like, yep, the vetoes are done, and we're getting into game numero uno. Here. I'll message Indy after this as well. Oh, so we're jumping into game one, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the green Zerg player. We have the green Zerg himself. It is GG Machine. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is? It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our Zerg versus Protoss matchup, our ZVP. Here we go. And again, welcome all to Winter's Madness. Winter Madness is one of the larger maps in the TLMC21 map pool. You do have a much more secure 3-base setup. You have your natural, you have your 3rd base as well. The ramp is a little bit further out in between the natural and the 3rd, relatively narrow, also high ground as it is a ramp. Coming into on the right hand side, we have more narrow ramps here on the right and a narrow entrance here on the right hand side as well. It is pretty easy to set up on your initial 3 bases. The 4th base is likewise more secure, expanding here on the right hand side. Then with your 5th, you do push forward. You push forward here towards that 5th expansion, and we'll see if we can get that far. What I will say is that I do think that this map does favor more defensive play, especially on your initial 4-base setup. Pushing towards your 5th base can be a little bit more arduous, that is true, but your initial 4 bases are all you need to max out in this matchup. So I would say that the onus is going to be on GG Machine to stop Geralt from turtling, from defending, and from building up into a longer and later game, which is where Geralt does thrive. So our eyes are going to be on GG Machine. When it comes to aggression, when it comes to all-ins, we have seen a rise in popularity of Baneling-based all-ins in the latest patch, especially with the change with the buff to the Baneling, with that added extra HP. That does mean that it does survive an extra tick of damage from the Storm, and Storm damage has been reduced as well in the most recent hotfix. So because of that, Ling Bane may still be able to break through siege lines and break through storms to be able to engage with the army and collapse on the High Templar. But we'll see. I'm getting ahead of myself. That's all like theoretical more than anything. We have yet to really see too many successful Ling Bane all-ins. Not yet. We've seen players attempt, but still struggle, at least in the previous patch. Before the hotfix, I mean. Before the hotfix. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Stargate opener out of Geralt, which is normal, which is standard. Stargate opener into Oracle, into a third base, into +1 and Blink. We do expect to see standard play out of Geralt. Again, when it comes to the overall meta, when it comes to the overall style of play in ZVP, it has not changed from patch to patch. Just some slight differences here and there when it comes to the strength of certain units and the strength of certain builds. When it comes to certain styles, I should say, when it comes to certain all-ins. So we'll see if GG Machine does go into Ling Hydra. We'll see if he goes into Banelings. For now, we're settling in. This Geralt is being a little bit adventurous here with the Stalker. Does move out. And will be zoned away. Gets one Ling. One's early. Oh, can he get two? Oh, not quite. Gets one Zergling so far. So he does break in. Back in, Adapter will be recalling back home. Does recall away. Will be saved. And again from here, Geralt is establishing his base, Adapter getting in position. GG Machine, he's going to be moving out across the map. This is not a big investment. Not at all. Just a handful of Zerglings, and Geralt, he should be fine. Should be fine, should be able to defend. Should be secure. Meanwhile, Twilight Council follow-up here out of Geralt. That is an early council. Okay, it's also not hidden, it's a part of the wall. Interesting. So early council, delayed forge, this could be glaives. This could be two things. It could either be glaive adepts or it could be early blink into an 8-gate setup. Do you see what I see? I see a forge. Forge is indicative that it is not going to be glaive adepts, that it is a higher chance for it to be +1 and blink stalker. But again, it's going to be later +1, a gateway explosion, and we'll keep an eye on the gateway count of Geralt. This does mean that he has an earlier blink timing. Earlier than normal. Meanwhile, it is going to be +1 melee, so early Eva Chamber into +1 melee out of GG Machine. This means that he is skipping roaches. So, oh, my apologies. He is not. He's going for delayed roaches, but he's playing safe, going for roaches nonetheless. If Geralt was going into Glaive Adepts, then GG Machine, he'd be safe. He would be safe here. So, very safe play out of GG Machine. Again, with the melee upgrade though, like, this should just be a safety roach horn. He shouldn't really be investing too hard into this. It should still be Lings into Hydras. As we're waiting for the lair. Double Oracle into the bases will be forcing a cancel. Very nice. Yes, there's no saving the space. At the same time, GG Machine, he rallies across the map. Queens move in. That's a cancel. These Oracles are an A move. Okay, they do pull away. Take some extra hits. Lings, they threaten the natural. He wants that Stalker, but he will not get it. Extra Stalkers warp in. And that confirms no charge. Right there, that confirms there is no charge behind this. There are no zealots. Confirms it is going to be a Blink Stalker follow-up. Not Glaive Adepts either. So GG Machine, he's pieced it all together. That means that he knows he doesn't need roaches, right? He knows he does not need roaches. He's scattered everything he needs to. He's massing up Zerglings, which is ideal against Blink Stalkers, and you can see behind this, Hydrogen and Infestation Bit. The pit tells us he's not going for an all-in. Nice surround, Blink is not done! Yeah, Blink is not yet done. Surrounds the Adepts. Gets one Stalker. And he can chase. Yeah, he can chase us down. The Oracles are running out of energy. Forcing the recall, catching out another Stalker, only to escape. Yeah, very strong catch here, a very nice catch from GG Machine, a better trade, and Geralt gets to get the hell out of here. And he just got too excited. He got too excited. You can see, Blink is finishing up in 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Again, he was premature. He pushed out pre-Blink. And he got caught out. That's 2 Stalkers going down, 4 Adepts. Geralt, he has lost momentum. He's stuck at home, and behind this, he's taking. Yeah, he's taking up. He's taking his gases here at his third, throwing down a bunch of gateways, walling up, and working towards Storm. Geralt, he's turtling. So from here, he's looking to turtle up, looking to build up back at home. Meanwhile, GG Machine, he is free to drone, to saturate, and to take up into Lurkers. Seeing the Infestation Bit was indicative that we're going to be droning up to 80, taking up into Hive, and going into Lurker tech. So there's no, like, early Ling Bane all-in, there's no Ling Hydra all-in, nothing like that. GG Machine, he's embracing a longer, later game. Bold move. Bold move. This is a game state that most Zerg players avoid. Even the pros, even like the top pros. I'm talking about like Solar and Shin and Rogue. Even they avoid this kind of game state and this kind of scenario as often as they can. It's a bit of a rarer sight to see them like embrace a longer game. Winter Madness, it does make sense, right? This map is known for longer games. It's known for being more defensive. So for this map specifically, it makes sense to play this way, but that's why I'm also surprised we didn't veto this map, right? Like, that's also surprised. That's also, I'm surprised it just wasn't vetoed, it was allowed through. So we'll see if the confidence from GG Machine has any kind of substance. We'll see if it's based in reality. As GG Machine pulls away. And herO, he should just be poking into deny creep. Pushing any further up the ramps is going to be a bold move. Yeah, for now, taking down the active tumors. Controlling the center of the map. He has to be so careful not to push too far in. Denies the 5th. Not bad. Does force it. Oh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Station trap goes off. Links are dealt with. And that's more creep going down. Now, I mentioned before that he doesn't want to get too overzealous here, and I feel like herO has to be careful. There we go. Takes down 3 more tumors, and he pulls away. Now, he did miss 1 tumor. You can see here, 1 tumor did barely miss, so there's still going to be a bit of a presence here in between the bases. There's a recall. And herO, he gets out. Yeah, herO, he does get out in time, does pull away. Cell run by is dealt with, is caught. Nice catch for GG Machine. And he's going to attempt to retake that 5th. Now, I'm not too fond of expanding here on the low ground. I do feel like the high yield gas geyser base is going to be a little more impactful. But regardless, we're morphing in more lurkers, and the goal here, GG Machine is going to try to push right into the natural. Okay, he's going for it. herO's out of position. Yeah, herO heavily out of position. He has to rotate. Ooh, cannot push into the lurkers like that though. Zoning storm. Oh god, he stands in the storms. Army moves in, nice revelation, but here come more lurkers. How many in total? 12. And 12 lurkers are pushing in. High Templar exposed, using 1 through 3. 3 Templar go down. Oh no, he walks into lurkers. Every High Templar falls. And that was just a brutal fight. Yeah, just an awful fight here for herO. He will lose everything. The Stalkers go down, the Archons go down. He move committed all the High Templar in, and he lost every Templar. That was 6 Templar falling, and he only landed 2 storms. And that's game. Yeah, that's game then and there. You cannot make those mistakes. You cannot move into lurkers like that. And GG Machine, he has done it. He has broken the natural. Templar, look away, Pappy, look away. herO, he was working towards Tempest, and again, just caught out of position, miscontrolled his main army, and there's no stopping this. Not anymore. As GG Machine, he has successfully broken the natural. From here, he can rally towards the 3rd base. He has essentially cut herO off. As he's running out of lurkers, okay, so he has to back off, rebuild those lurkers. Tempest are building up, which is nice, don't get me wrong. There's a mothership, there's a cloak. But this supply isn't there, right? The army supply here just is not there for herO. It doesn't really have much to work with. He has 2 Templar, soon to be 2 Storms. And GG Machine, he can just rebuild. He can just rebuild, remax, keep going. Didn't really rebuild too many lurkers, unfortunately, but despite that, there's the first storm. Zones. I just a lunge in. Ooh, very nice storm in the lurkers. Jesus. But the storm doesn't quite kill the lurker. I mean, hey, that's the latest hotfix. Reducing some of the damage of the storm. Lurkers, they survive. And herO, he's stabilizing. Okay. I mean, I was certain that GG Machine, he could break through, but I mean, he did decide not to morph in lurkers. Finally, 7 lurkers morphing in. These lurkers are late. They are late lurkers. GG Machine, he tried to end it early. I mean, the Zerg player still has momentum, but herO, can he stabilize on 4 bases? I mean, hey, with 4 bases, you can do anything. But oh, he has to maintain the 4 bases. Is the thing. That's going to be 9 probe kills. 9 probes go down. GG Machine moving in. Another Knight is here towards the left-hand side. And the Nidus will finish. Yeah, Nidus will be able to finish up. Unfortunately, nothing inside. No unload. Starts to get locked down. Another Zealot by the right-hand side is spotted here by GG Machine. Spines are ready. And herO, he is maxing out, that is true. GG Machine, he's working towards Corruptors. No spellcasters yet. herO, he's recovering. He's not there yet, but he's getting there. The downside, of course, is that he had to burn through his bank as well. Like, his bank is not quite what it should be in this kind of game state. So the bank isn't there. GG Machine, he can always take an inefficient fight and remax. But this is also the power of Winter Madness. Despite losing the bank, I mean, he was broken. Like, he was dead in the water. But it is so difficult to break a 4-basing player here. And once herO has stabilized, once he's able to keep up with the rotations, I mean, he's turtling well. Okay. And to be honest, he is starting to outscale GG Machine. Now, when it comes to the army here, we have too many Hydras. We have 18 Hydras. Ideally, you want to be morphing the Hydras into Lurkers, peeling them off, or slowly like getting rid of them, getting into more of a Corruptor-based army, into Broodlord Infestor. But right now, I believe there are 0 spellcasters. Yeah, there's no Vipers, no Infestors. herO, he has produced a superior army. It's not perfect, not by any means. Like, he still, I mean, I would say he's still lacking some Archons. He only has 3 Archons with his army. That is a bit of a concern. You could argue he has too many Tempests. That's a low supply in Tempest, which does mean the ground army is a little bit weaker, a little bit smaller. The reasoning why you do want more Archons is anti-air. Essentially, as you can see, we have how many Corruptors? 13 to be 18, right? We have 18 Corruptors. And what is it to stop the Corruptors from getting on top of the Tempest? Tempests, they do an amazing job at sieging on an army, at slowly picking away at the army, but in a head-on fight, the DPS rate of the Tempest is very low, right? They have a very low attack rate. And Corruptors, they can just pounce. That's why you need Storm, that's why you need Archons. And again, with only 3 Archons, I'm not too convinced. Yeah, you can see the Corruptors, they just bully back the army. So herO, he has to respect those Corruptors quite hard. Respect the Corruptors. Again, there's still only 3 Archons. The High Templar Storm does help. Ooh, Void Rays. I mean, that's okay. Void Rays is also an answer to Corruptor. It's an answer. It's not amazing, but I mean, it is better than nothing. Corruptors are good for the base. At the same time, laying Hydra on the right-hand side. Knocking down the side defense. herO, he's out of position. Where are we going? Okay, he's stuck in between the armies. The base goes down. And herO, he loses both. Wow, he loses both expansions. Yeah, herO completely out of position. Storm stays doing away. In a head-on fight, herO, he will crush this, and yeah, he does. Shuts down all the Hydras, the Lurkers. Corruptor's going for another expansion. And herO's just pushing. Jesus, that's a lot of cannons. A lot of cannons on the way. herO's pushing out. herO, I believe he does have a recall. Yes, okay, so he does have a recall. So he can poke in, kill an expansion, then get out. He has only 2 High Templar with this army and only 1 Archon. Like, again, the anti-air is almost non-existent. He's got 1 Archon and 2 Templar, and then no Void Rays, not with this army. Yeah, Lings, they go for the side defense. herO, he's out of position, he's racing over. Archon's getting picked up. And we'll see if GG Machine can deal with this Tempest army. But now just takes out another expansion. Another base falls. God, he needs a 5th. I mean, he needs bases, just period. Like, ay, ay, ay. Moving on the right. Ultra production has begun. Let's go. We spoke earlier about GG Machine still yet to perfect his army. Like, he's getting there. Getting into ultras, that's going to be the answer to the Crown Army. Still plenty of corruptors. Takes down another expansion. And Geralt does the intercept. He does. Very nice catch. Oh my god. Yeah, nice catch. Getting, what, 3, 4 corruptors. Corruptors going down. We have how many? We have 18, soon to be 11 more on the way. 29 corruptors. That's a lot of corruptors back. And it should be enough, to be honest. Should be enough. And unless we have like some insane storms that he just sits in. Outside of that, GG Machine, he should reset the army. Playing it safe. Yeah, he's going for it. Machine is trying to lure the army in. He's waiting for his moments. Geralt, he doesn't take the bait, he backs off. And here he comes. Here he commits. There's Cloak, there's a slow zone. Detection has arrived. Diving on the Tempest. And Mothership is not going to go down. Oh, yeah, detection. Yeah, we have plenty of detection here. Tempest should fall. Ultras, they clean up the ground army. And everything is cleaned up. Yeah, everything just crumbles here. As we mentioned, just not enough anti-air, not enough support for the Sky does. And that's all the Geralt had. He has no economy. He has no economy. He has no bank. The main army goes down. That was 29 corruptors. And again, Geralt, he had 1 Archon with his army. He had 2 Templar. Like, there was just no support. No support for the Tempest. But another reason for that, of course, is just lack of bases, right? Bases have been going down left and right. Geralt has been unable to defend his 4th, his natural. Storms popping up. With that Hydra's a lunge in, they will clean up. More reinforcements on the way. Down to the final units here for Geralt. Down to 1 immortal. Barely survives. GG gets called, and GG Machine takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, GG Machine doing a great job here at pulling Geralt apart. Time and time again, Geralt was out of position. Geralt, he was out of position time and time again. He was caught either out on the map or in between the natural and the natural and the 4th base. He had a really hard time getting vision on GG Machine's movement, specifically on his army movements, on his rotations, and that is where Geralt did struggle. That's why he had the army to defend, but was just never in position, right? He was never in position, never on location or in location. With that GG. With that GG, well played. Congratulations, GG Machine does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if we can keep this going. We'll see if we can keep up that momentum. Here we go. Okay, Karina. She's scouting. She's on top of the world. Let's go. True. It's catching up in the chat. Let's go, GG Machine. God damn. Ah, she's looking at the camera. No. Where's Chi-Chi? Where is she? For those that are curious, once we wrap up the cast, then I'm gonna let them out. Let them out. I feel seen. Oh, there she is. Ah, hello, Chi-Chi. They're both on top of the carrier. Ah, beautiful. Yes, yes, you're being watched. Always. As we're loading into Game 2, Game 2 is going to be here on Andromeda. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Andromeda, we have the green Zerg player, himself, leading the series 1-0. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. Here we go. And welcome one all to Andromeda. Andromeda is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Much more aggressive, shorter rush distance by ground, and not just shorter rush distance, but a very direct rush distance as well. From third base to third base, not much room whatsoever. All-ins will be hitting very hard on this map. We've already seen said all-ins on Andromeda, and we'll see if that trend continues on this map. We spoke about how Winter's Madness is more favorable towards longer and later games, and we saw that. We saw that both players did max out. We did get to experience the late game over on Winter Madness. Meanwhile, here on Andromeda, it is another snow map, that is true, but again, a much more aggressive map instead. Your initial 3-base setup seems much more secure here. You have your high ground natural, we have our third base as well, relatively narrow entrances, but they can be opened up with these rocks, and again, it is the distance that is the biggest concern. I can definitely see German taxis, 3-base all-ins from the side of Zerg working quite well on this map. We'll see if GG Machine does embrace that. We'll see if he likes that, right? Last game, he was more than happy to embrace a longer and later game. He might do that again. We'll see. Our eyes, or at least my eyes, are mainly going to be on GG Machine. I do expect to see more of the same out of Geralt. To go for a Stargate, into a third base, in towards the mid to late game. Is what we're expecting. See Rabags in the chat. How old are they? Yeah, we do have command. Do have a command, which has at least a brief introduction to the bunnies. Very brief. Let's spy on them. Bam! Ah, there we go. Is she jumping? And it is still chilling on top. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Nice jump. She hot. Finale. For now, we do have our Stargate opener. So Stargate open out of Geralt into a third, Oracle into a third base. As we mentioned, like kind of just a standard opener here. We'll keep an eye open for the timing of the Twilight Council. Last game was an earlier Twilight Council that was meant to lead into an earlier Blink push. But if you remember, what happens? Geralt, he pushed pre-Blink. Remember, he moved out like 30 seconds before Blink was done, and he got caught. He got surrounded. So Geralt, he was just a little bit premature when it came to his move out, and he got shut down early. That's when GG Machine gained map control. As we are investing into an extra wave of lings. Ten out of 10. For now. Geralt, of course, 2 adepts taking one-shot workers, taking one-shot drones. They head into the natural, and they will threaten the mining. They do deny mining, I should say, but no more than that. In the end, it does shade away. That as he shades away, lings, they will hit the third. They shouldn't force a cancel, but they will at least force energy to be spent by the Oracle. Spends the energy, keeps the adepts busy, and he wants them. Oh, doesn't quite commit. Once again, early Eva Chamber out of GG Machine. This is indicative of a +1 melee, and this should lead into Ling Hydra again. If you remember last game, we did point out that GG Machine did get a safety Roach Horn, but remember, he never made a Roach, which is what we mentioned, right? You get a safety Roach Horn just to be safe, just if you need it, but ideally you do want to be avoiding Roach production. So +1 melee, we'll see if GG Machine plays it safe and he goes for another Roach Horn. Otherwise, if he skips it, you could try to abuse that, but Geralt, he's going for a standard Twilight Council timing. It's a little bit earlier here into a Forge, into +1, into Blink. I say a little bit earlier. This is actually later compared to last game. So a much more standard setup. It is Blink and +1. They're lined up with each other. Oracle into the natural. Gonna be zoned away. Will be zoned away. There's that safety Roach Horn. So once again, GG Machine, in case there are Glaive Adepts or in case it's a charge-based build, he'll be ready for it. Link's poke in, Overlord into the main. And he does catch the Adepts, not bad. Shuts down both. This one gets both. GG Machine once again just threatening the third. Keeping Geralt busy. But Geralt does slip by. Yeah, he gets in. Ooh, this is getting out of hand. Getting 1, 2, 3, 4. Getting up to 5 drones. Oh. Does force out the Evo Chamber. 4 drones go down. Oh. Once again, zoning away, denying mining. GG Machine, he does defend, but damage was done. Okay. It's not bad here by Geralt. Behind this, he's just building up. He's building up on 3 bases, working towards his own Temple Archives. Temple Archives into Storm. From the side of GG Machine, we're waiting to see if he does run up his 4th base. For now, he's getting up to 3 base saturation. And the answer is he is taking up Infestation Bit just like last game. So if you remember, I posed the question, hey, all-ins will be hitting harder on this map. Does GG Machine adjust from game 1 to game 2? The answer is no. The answer is that GG Machine, he is once again going into a longer and later game. Infestation Bit, this tells us he will join up his 4th base, he will take into Hive, and he'll work towards the Lurkers. So just like last game, he's building up into a longer and later game. To me, which is surprising. We'll see if he can get there. This time, Blink is done. Blink is complete. Ling's a bait at the stasis. That's good. He trades well. I believe hasn't lost a single Stalker. Oh, that spoke too soon. One goes down. Ooh, Zelsa gets surrounded. The queens are exposed. But GG Machine does defend. He defends, he holds. Does force the activation of the Pulsar Beam. Ooh, queens are exposed though, losing another queen. Oh. Queen does fall. Off a Geralt, he's now establishing his 4th base. Here comes the Hive, here comes the Lurker Den. I do favor GG Machine in this position just because he was the one that's being quote-unquote greedy, right? GG Machine, he's teching into Hive, teching into Lurkers. This push had to try to break the 4th. The 4th base got to half HP, but survived. 4th base did survive. And there's going to be a big power spike for the Zerg when Lurkers are ready. And Lurkers should hit first before Tempest. There's that fleet beacon, and it's similar to last game if you recall, where GG Machine, he was able to strike with his Lurkers, get in between the bases, and break Geralt early. If you remember, I thought that he was just going to win then and there, and he did cripple Geralt, but Geralt, he stabilized, or he survived from there, which was quite impressive. But we might see something similar here. Storm is ready though. Ooh, nice zoning. Hydra's zoned away. 4th base does go down. 1 extra damage. Yeah, the Storm is brutal. Oh my god. So many Hydras fall. Runs through the Storm. And GG Machine trying to make a stand. Trying to, but again, did lose the 4th. Has to back off, going for the center expansion with a high yield gas. GG GG Machine's economy is a little bit lackluster, but the high yield gas geyser will help. Will help out. Nice positioning here. As we do see, Lurker range is about to finish up. He's on hold position. Oh. Machine pushing in towards the bases. Storm is ready. A massive storm on the link. Oh my god. 70 links go down. And now he's going for the northern base. Sorry, the high ground expansion. Takes down the Nexus. At the same time, Zealot Rumba is coming in. Forces back GG Machine. He's racing back home. The Lurkers are still in hold position, by the way. Oh, no. Does get activated. It does activate. Going for the Templar. Ooh, doesn't quite get them, though. Nice Storm. And nice Storm. 11 drones went down. But once again, this center base is going to fall. Denies center expansion. And again, from here, we can just push straight into the third. How many Templar left? 6. 6 Templar. They're still gathering energy. They need more time. Zealous do close distraction. Nice snipe on the Lurkers. There you go. He holds, he defends. GG Machine, his economy is still lackluster, still only on 72 drones. Yeah, the drone count is still very low. I mean, the reason for that, the run-bys. The Zealot run-bys time and time again. They've been killing drones, and GG Machine has been a little bit lacking when it comes to replacing them. Just now joining up to 74. It's a decent economy. It's decent. The problem is that Lurkers are expensive. Oh my god, no! Not again. herO face checking, running into Lurkers. Be careful, man. Robo now gets thrown down. Again, there's been no observer. He's been reliant on Revelation. Been checking with his face the entire time. Calm down, man. Oh, that is into the main. Geralt, no reaction. Yeah, no reaction here out of Geralt. And the Nidus is gonna finish. What do we have inside? We have some Lurkers, and they get in. Yeah, they get into the main. Main base is under fire. Backup Nidus on the way. Main army pushing in between the bases. There's a full wall. They gain the high ground. And the main army is pushing in. Yeah, here we go. We have links towards the left-hand side, baiting out storms. Hydras through the center. Going for the gateways. Yeah, it does knock some of them down. Gateways are falling. Lurkers are not quite out there. They get cleaned up. Still one Lurker here in the main. Still causing a distraction. And now, a concern that I have here is that GG Machine, what are we remaxing on? He does permanent supply. We need more Lurkers. Okay, 14 Corruptors. Corruptors are in production. We're down to 6 Lurkers. Down to 6. Nice Lurker shots. No detection! Wait, no shot. There we go. Observer now arrives. Delayed detection. Lurkers are trading well. Trading well for themselves. And GG Machine is being given time to rebuild. So just build on more Lurkers. Again, the lack of bank is still concerning me. If he throws away too much too quickly, then GG Machine, he'll be outscaled. Geralt, he has the better economy. He has the larger bank. And that may be all that matters at the end of the day. Yo, he has a more efficient main army. It was once again no detection. No detection. Late revelation. Oh my god. How much was that? Jesus. I want to say that was 3 Templar on most of the Stalkers. Corruptors, they go for the dive. Mass Storm. Jesus, he stands in the storms. Oof. Corruptors, they stand in the storms. Corruptors, they get shut down. Okay, messy fights from both sides. Geralt, he stands in the lurkers on the right hand side. Meanwhile, GG Machine stands in the storms. We're standing in everything. But what's important, Tempest survived. True, like the Tempest did survive. Geralt, he's still maxed. And again, GG Machine, he doesn't really have much of a bank. Yeah, this might just be too much. Geralt, he's pushing in. Zelt's on the right, they take down the base. And remember, this entire game, we spoke about how GG Machine has been stuck on a low drone count. His economy just isn't there. He has no bank. Yeah, he has no bank, he has no economy. Lurker into the main, more base is going to be falling. GG Machine, he's running out of money, he's running out of resources. He's broke. He's broke, man. And in the end, it was Geralt who secured himself in 5 bases. Like, he's been very secure in 5 bases. The Nidus Worms have been an issue. I will say that it's been on Geralt. He's been unable to stop the Nidus Worms. He's been unable to react in time with warp-ins, with side defense, with his army. That's been his biggest issue this game. But outside of that, he's fine. Yo, we got 2 Corruptors. Let's go. Building up to 7. Center base goes down. This is the last mining base here for GG Machine. He's long distance mining. He's running at his natural. He's running out here at his 3rd. Army rotates, and GG Machine, he can't afford to lose this. But it might just be a foregone conclusion. And it shows how difficult it is to try to play a later macro game on such a much smaller map, right? Like we spoke earlier at the beginning of this game, at the beginning of game 2, how Andromeda is a much more aggressive map of the map pool, much more aggressive, shorter rushes by ground. Because that we expected an all-in, we didn't see one. GG Machine, he played out a longer and later game instead, but it means that Geralt, it takes him so little time to just rotate, to react, to knock down base after base, and pull back home to defend. Like Geralt has been easily like turtling up and settling into his 6 bases. I can't say the same for GG Machine. It just hasn't been the case. He just hasn't been able to keep up with the rotations of Geralt. He just cannot stop the main army. And again, like Geralt, his bases, they're just so close to the front lines. You just move in. He's already here. So I'll say top left. Now, there's one chance here for GG Machine. If he can take one decisive fight, one big decisive fight, and then just end the game. And I say he has to just push to end the game because Geralt has a massive bank. He has a 4k bank. Winning a fight is not good enough. Yeah, storms, they do blanket the army. Corruptors, they stand in the storms. Oh god. Forcing the way in. Nice lurker positioning. High Templar go down. There's so many Tempest. There's another storm. Yeah, once again, Corruptors, they cannot chase. They cannot chase through the storm. No detection. Lurkers, they're still alive. Yeah, 0 detection here from... Oh, no, never mind. Observer has arrived. Ooh. Observer gets sniped. Lurkers, they bring down the expansion. But as we mentioned before, the problem is that winning a fight is not good enough. Geralt, he has a 3k, 4k bank. He's rebuilding, remaxing, and G Machine, he is not. He's got 14 Corruptors on the way. He does have one base operational. But he's out of minerals. So morphing in 5 Archons at a time. Yo, we got Flux Veins on the way. Let's go. Now this is a supportive army. 5 Archons. We're lacking High Templar. We're lacking Storm. It's true. Not just Storm, feedbacks will also be important as well. GG Machine finally gets some spellcasters, but again, it does feel too little too late. Now, technically, if Geralt is passive and if GG Machine is allowed to take another base and get it fully operational, then maybe he can recover. Where we headed? That's 16 Tempest. Jesus. That's an insane Tempest army. I mean, Geralt, he's super maxed, right? He has a super maxed army. What does that mean? Basically, Geralt, he cut workers early. Like, he has 53 probes, so he has a very low worker count, so he has extra supply for an army. Again, he just has a super maxed army. He's pushing in, takes out the base, gets the mineral line. Oof. I was like 20 larvae going down. Jesus. Larva gets annihilated. And Geralt, he can just move in. Unfortunately, he just doesn't know how much of an advantage he has. He doesn't know how small the army is for GG Machine. Otherwise, he would be a little bit more adventurous. Oh. Where's that Revelation? There it is. Revelation pops up. Up. Fungal does land on the Tempest. Let's go. Yeah, massive Fungal, massive Powerbomb as well. Tempest, they get caught. And Archons, they don't quite engage. They're a little bit late. Got a nice spread from the Tempest. They survive the Archons. Oh, the Archons, they pop up. They just shut down the Corruptors. Corruptors, they melt. GG gets called. And Geralt, he will tie the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. With that, we are tied up. We're going to the ace match here. Again, I was a little bit surprised by GG Machine's choice of play here on Andromeda to be going for to try to go into a macro game on such a small map. You saw here that once Geralt was able to stabilize and secure his 5 bases, it didn't take him long to make use of that maxed out army to push in time and time again and just knock down bases. GG Machine could not stop the main army. The one thing that was keeping GG Machine in this game were the Nidus Worms. We saw so many Nidus Worms finish in the main base and the natural at the 3rd as well. Nidus Worms were popping off, but outside of that, he couldn't really keep up with Geralt's main army. GG, well played. As GG Machine, he never really had a bank, he never had a solid economy. And with that, we're now tied up. We're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Just catching up. We need a cranky rabbit emote. True. Ah. Soon TM. Ah, Chi-Chi, she's flopped. Ah, she's so big. But yes, as there is a command now in the chat, for those that are curious, if you're in the chat, voting is still open for a couple of hours. For around 20-ish hours time, voting is still open for TLMC21, so make sure to get your votes in. Make sure to get your votes in while you can. I do recommend tuning into some of the VODs of tournaments that we've hosted featuring the maps as well. Likewise, I was also one of the main judges for the Team Liquid map contest, so we did actually post a video. We posted a video kind of going over the judging process. You can see the public scorings and the reasoning for that. It's all public, it's all there. There was a spreadsheet, of course, with all the judges' notes and scoring and coming into the TLMC21. So it's all there, all public. Check it out on YouTube if you're interested in that sort of thing. And here we go. Here we go. We're getting into game number 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Missing You today, we have the green Zerg player, the green Zerg himself, being forced into the ace match. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. Which chats, I should say, the comment section of the Team Liquid map contest judging video that we made. Meanwhile, a big shout to thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Welcome, bienvenidos. I did see it was a de-rusting stream, but I also saw that you were playing Protoss. De-rusting with Protoss. Shaking my head. But thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great time. Bienvenidos and welcome to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. This is our weekly open tournament, and this is the final tournament where we are hosting a full Team Liquid Map Contest 21 map pool. Again, for the past 4 weeks, we've been hosting these events, featuring as many maps as we can because voting is about to close. Voting is closing in 20 hours time, so make sure you do your civic duty and vote. And vote, of course, for which maps you do want in the ladder map pool. So make sure you vote. Get in there, Pappy. Get in there. As for now, welcome one all to Missing You Today. Missing You Today is likewise one of the other larger maps in the map pool. We have a very secure main, natural, third, and a fourth expansion, and I would go even further and say fifth base as well. Like, your 5-base setup is very secure here. The army rotations defensively are very straightforward as well, going from your 5th base to your 4th base to your 3rd base as well. I'm just going and rotating back and forth. To get into these bases, we have some narrow entrances. We have a narrow choke point here into the triangular 3rd base. We have a very narrow ramp coming in between the bases, and of course we have another ramp here towards the 4th. Likewise, we have the destructible tower here at the 5th base as well to wall this area off. So, at least in my opinion, this is a really easy map to turtle up on 5 bases. That is, I would say, a bit of a downside of this map, something I'm not quite fond of. There are some interesting aspects when it comes to top right. Top right, we have 2 golds. We have 2 gold bases. I will say this does feature Protoss quite heavily, at least in PvT. When it comes to this matchup, the Zerg player typically has map control. It is a little bit less important though for them to gain access to these bases. If these were high yield gas bases, I would favor that because you have extra gas for extra gas based units like spellcasters, corruptors, broodlords, ultras. That is a lot more valuable. Here, mineral income, less so. So this is more impactful for PvT, less so for PvZ. As we have those 2 golds. Bottom left, we have regular bases. Regular expansions here, bottom left. We have some interesting terrain for sure here, bottom left. But the problem that I have, at least theoretically, which is what I put in my judge notes, is that I don't really feel like these bottom left-hand bases will be too impactful and will really come into play, just because of how secure your initial 5 bases are. Like the Protoss player in PvZ, they'll get their 3rd, 4th, 5th base pretty securely, and with 5 bases, you can max out and build up a bank. The 6th and 7th are more exposed, but I don't really think they matter as much. Behind this, earlier Twilight Council out of Geralt. This is very similar to the timing. Actually, this is the same timing as Game 1. If you were here for Game 1, you would know that Geralt went for the early Twilight Council into early Blink, into a delayed Forge, into an earlier move out. So this is going to be a bit of a more assertive and aggressive start out of Geralt. Also, I should say, my assumption is that this is going to be Blink Stalkers. Technically, this could also be Glaive Adepts. As here comes the Gateway Explosion, getting up to 4 gateways. Show us what you got. Is it Glaives? Is it Blink? The answer, Glaive Adepts, no Forge. So no Forge, no +1. The timing here is the same as game 1, also the same positioning as well, but I like the mind games going for a different, more committed build. And it's going to be a little bit more difficult for GG Machine to realize what's going on. Now, looking at his vision, GG Machine, he did scout the timing of the Twilight Council. So he knows that there's an earlier timing coming, and we have seen every game so far, safety Roach Warren timings. And there it is. Safety Roach Warren. So Roach Warren is on the way. He's not skipping. He will have access to roaches. He has the tools to defend. Not saying that he will, but he has the opportunity here to defend and to minimize losses. Likewise, a nice setup for the Sim City here to fully wall off the natural, and we'll see if he can keep up with the adept aggression. Checking his vision, he does not have an overlord in position, so he has limited vision. His lings, they have to confirm what's coming his way. As lings they poke in, they confirm. Yeah, he sees all the adepts, he knows. Roach Warren is just half finishing up, and we should be seeing roaches soon in production. There they are, roaches. So very nice scouting, very nice reaction. Likewise, rush distance by ground is longer on this map, so it was a really odd decision for Geralt to commit into Glaive Adepts here because there's less of a chance that they work. Already, one adept goes down. Yeah, the roaches are ready. They do shade into the natural though. Adepts are making their way in. Making their way into the natural, sorry, into the main. Roaches are on the way. They're still barely not ready. Oh, he gets in. He gets into the mineral line, gets one. Gets up to two. Not even. Only one drone kill. Ay, ay, ay. More adepts are on the way, but again, they take a long time to get across the map. There we go, just now getting another pair of drones. Plus transfuse. That's going to be 3 drones going down. Adepts they shade in, and GG Machine out of position. Yeah, late reaction out of the Zerg player. 10 drones going down. These adepts are paying for themselves. They get some nice damage. 10 drones. Yeah, 10 drones go down. Adepts they shade away. They gain a little bit more value. Nice movement here with the oracles. And GG Machine, he's in a rough position here. He will clean this up, that is true. But he is down 20 workers. Oh my god. God, he's on 67 probes. Again, like the defense was solid until we lost 10 workers, right? Until 10 drones went down at the 3rd base. That did catch GG Machine off guard. And now he has some catching up to do. Yeah, the run by doesn't do any damage. Or the counterattack, I should say, doesn't do any damage. Geralt expanding towards the Zerg. A much more aggressive stance here out of Geralt. Okay. Does push forward. And this means, what does he want to do? Blink. Right, that blink timing. +1 as well. Geralt, he wants to keep pushing. He knows he's ahead, right? He knows he's ahead. He knows he has momentum. And this is designed to kill. Oh boy. So right now we're just waiting for Blink. Waiting for Blink to finish up. Stalkers are moving out. Reinforcements on the way. Here come the oracles. Now there's no proxy gateway here. There's no way to reinforce. So here he's just poking, prodding. Chipping away at the army. Shouldn't lose anything. Will not lose any stalkers. And nice stasis. Oh god. Nice stasis traps. Catching out the army. He blinks in. He blinks in. He's going for the hydras, going for the roaches. Extensive losses here for GG Machine. They should lose everything here. Yeah, the roaches go down. Bust into the mineral line. The stasis is about to run out, so we have to get out of here. Where's the recall? Ooh, does recall. And he will lose 1 stalk in the process. No, the miss rally! No, the miss rally! Oh, that's another one. 6 stalkers. Oh, god. 6 stalkers, they get rallied in. At the same time, though, drones have been falling. That was 14 drones going down. We're getting messy. We're getting very messy here. Ay, ay, ay. Geralt throwing away stalkers. Not like this. Not like this. And GG Machine, he sends it. He's all in. Yeah, the Zerg player is completely all in here. We have to end the game here and now. He's running out of steam. Yeah, GG Machine, he's running out of steam. He's losing too much. A better concave here for Geralt. He has no shield batteries, but it doesn't matter. Does not matter. Running out of roaches, running out of hydras. And remember, Geralt has a bank. Geralt, he still has to warp in. Yeah, there we go. He can warp in, he can reinforce. GG Machine, he's down to 58 workers. He is down 30 workers compared to his opponent. That is crazy. He's down 30 drones. Geralt has a booming economy. The one thing holding Geralt back is his tech, right? Temple Archives now on the way. Then into a fleet beacon, second Stargate. He's only on 10 gateways as well, true. He can afford more. Army gets spotted. Like, we're lacking Archons, we're lacking Zealots. The composition here is not ideal for Geralt. He has numbers, but not really what he needs. So I'll say tank well. And again, GG Machine, he has to end the game here. Trying to force his way in. Trying. Ooh, that was a crazy blink. Yeah, he blinks into the army, bleeds out 4 more Stalkers. Geralt, calm down. He throws away the Oracles as well. Miscontrol out of Geralt, and he will lose the base. Wow, he'll lose the expansion. And again, this should not have happened, but the tech was late for Geralt. His macro was slipping. And down goes the mineral line. Okay, GG Machine is back in this. He's back in this game. This is also the downside of Geralt expanding towards his opponent. This is an exposed base compared to what it could have taken on the right-hand side. So big missteps there from Geralt. GG Machine is pulling this up. He's doing it. As it looks like he barely has enough here. Storm is still not yet done, finishing up in 8 seconds. With the help of Storm, Geralt can maybe hold on to the expansion. Up. Clicks on the Hydras. Storm connects. Hydras have to get the hell out of here. Now Geralt chases. It gives chase, but that was still 31 probe kills. Brutal damage. Again, we're in a really awkward, really messy game state. Now, on the one hand, Geralt did lose a lot of workers. He's still ahead economically. That's how far ahead he was. So again, Geralt, he's still in a good position economically. GG Machine, he is stuck on a lair-based army, and now he's taking up into Hydras, sorry, into Hive, into Lurker Tech. So the game is slowing down. The game is slowing down, and GG Machine is building up the quality of his army. He should also be rejoining. Yep, he's rejoining, resaturating, and the game is almost being reset, where both players back off and both players calm down. Now, who does this benefit more? I still do feel like Geralt's in a better position if he throws down a fleet beacon. If he throws down a fleet beacon now, then he can get into Skytoss faster. But he has yet to do so. He's pushing out with Storm instead. Okay, I mean, that also works. Right, can he kill GG Machine before he hits Critical Mass of Lurker? There's only 2. Sorry, 7. Oh, okay, it's gonna be 7 Lurkers. Lings, they do hit the mineral line. The whole position, oh no! The whole position micro. Catching up the Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Not again, Babby. Zealots, they do hit the bases, but at the same time, that was 14 probe kills across the map. Oh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Again, we're getting messy. Base goes down, but Geralt, he has now lost his economic lead. Something that he's had for most of this game. Not anymore. Finish out the army supply. The soup does lie, remember. Soup does lie. Oh. But now we've built up to 14 lurkers. And again, this fleet beacon is late. As you mentioned earlier, it should have been thrown down sooner once the game slowed down. But late fleet beacon, late Sky Toss, High Templar, they're getting caught out, getting 1, 2, 3, getting 4 Templar. And GG Machine, he's done it. He has done it. He's got 14 lurkers moving in. We need more storms. I have to say, once again, get across the map. Nicely done. They get into the mineral line. More drones going down. Geralt, GG Machine, he does try to race back home. He's being split. And Geralt, can he collapse on these lurkers? They're on their own. Lurkers are exposed. Nice storm. Gets 2. 2 lurkers get picked off. Yeah, he's collapsing in. He's gonna get him. Does collapse in, comes in with a full surround, and every lurker goes down. GG Machine, he should not be here. Yeah, he overextended. He left the army exposed. He will lose every lurker. Ay, ay, ay. And from 14, we're down to 2. that was 12 lurkers falling. Ay, ay, ay. Down to 2 lunkers. Yeah, storms, they punish the hydras. Brutal storms. And this is the much more 5-base secure setup, sorry, the more secure 5-base setup that we were discussing, that we were talking about at the beginning of the game, right? So getting your 4th base here at the triangular 3rd, and then your 5th base on the top side as well. It's a bit of a learning experience, right? If you're unfamiliar with these maps. Geralt taking that 4th base was crazy, and it's part of why GG Machine was able to recover in this game, as he was able to break that low ground. He knocks down the rooks. And the Sky Toss has begun. Mothership is out. Lurkers are exposed. Oh, the couple shots go up. That's what 3 High Templar going down. High Templar, they clumped up. And Lings, they hit the northern base. Lurkers, they're pushing between the bases. GG Machine, he trades well, gets another High Templar. That's what 4 or 5 Templar going down. Lings, they get the mineral line, and GG Machine, he's pulling Geralt apart. Oh, he's pulling him apart. No detection. Zelts are dealt with. They run into the lurkers. And this is just a messy engage here for Geralt. Bleeding out too much. Yo, can 6 Hydras do it? Sorry, 4. Down to 4, down to 2. Oh, barely not enough. But still, the mothership is low. Revelation's coming in. Oh no, he recalls. No, bit of miscontrol. That was meant to be a revelation. Most likely, the hotkey for revelation is the same as recall, and he boxed the units, and yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. Poor Geralt. Accidentally recalled. With that, now we do see the Zerg army pushing into the natural. That's a lot of High Templar. That is a lot of storms. No shot. 0 detection. I just checked. There's no observer. There's no oracle. 0 detection. He can't push into the lunkers. He cannot move in. Keep going, GG Machine. He's now making his way into the main. Oracle's in production. He needs that oracle for detection. The oracle's halfway done. Halfway done. And hopefully he doesn't lose it immediately to the Hydras. That'd be disastrous. Nice storm. Storm pops up. Lurkers moving in. No! No, the Oracle! No, the Oracle goes out. Does get the Revelation barely in time. Gets the Revelation off. Thank God. But for the most part, he's done it. Like GG Machine, he has done it. He has broken Geralt. What a crazy comeback. Geralt had such a strong start. The Glaive Adepts did cripple GG Machine. It took a lead from there. Remember, he was up 30 probes. He was up 30 workers. But as you mentioned, the macro was slipping. The macro was slipping. He was missing production buildings. He was missing tech. GG gets called, and GG Machine, he will claw his way back in. He will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played again. A very messy series, very back and forth as well. As GG Machine, he was crippled. He had a really rough start here. The Glaive Adepts did cripple him economically. He was forced into an all-in. As you mentioned, Geralt, he expanded towards his opponents, so he had an exposed expansion. He was up 30 pros, but again, he had a late Templar Archives, which means late Storm, late High Templar, late Archons. He was stuck with almost purely a Stalker-based army for too long. He had the opportunity to tech up. He had the money to tech up, but he just didn't, right? He just kind of fell by the wayside. It was something that was left and forgotten. He was late to tech as a result, and he got punished. He barely got punished. GG Machine, he broke the expansion, killed 30 probes, and clawed his way back in. it was still back and forth after that, still quite messy, but GG. GG, well played. Whew, hi. And with that, congratulations to GG Machine, and let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Yeah, Karina wants to know as well. Where are we? What's going on? As we do have updates here. Okay, from the top we have herO. herO takes down Micro Life X. 2-0 to advance on to the quarterfinals. Here he's waiting for the winner of Nicorect and Mixu in the next round. Meanwhile, Jesus, some of the semifinalists are ready. That's how long our series was. SKillous takes down Replicant 2-0, takes down Ryung 2-0. Very impressive PVT there by SKillous, taking down two very strong, very powerful Terran opponents. Scrolling down, we have Solar. He takes down Triple, takes down Christiana, and Solar, he's waiting for the winner of ByuN and GG Machine in the lower semis. Meanwhile, herO is still waiting for the winner of Nicorect and Mixu. Oh, that is also a long series. Nicorect and Mixu. They actually started a little bit before us as well. They did start before us. They asked if we wanted to join, so again, that's a longer back and forth series. We of course are going to be focusing on GG Machine versus ByuN, and we're going to follow that into Solar, and then we'll be covering the upper semis as well. So both semifinals are going to be casted on stream, bear that in mind. Quarterfinals, beautiful. Here we go. Go. Yeah. But ByuN and GG Machine, they are conducting their vetoes and they'll soon be ready for us. And again, we'll follow that into Solar. herO, he's still waiting for his opponent. And I can confirm that Nicorect and Mixu, they are mid-series. They're playing their games. Oh, I think they just finished, actually. I think they just wrapped up. As I see Mixu showing up here on the America server. Go. Just catching up with the chat. Here we go. But his videos are underway. What a gift. But yes, once videos are done, we can jump in. Oh, we just got an update. There we go. Mixu takes down Nicorect 2-1. I would say an upset there. Crazy win here. Mixu does cause an upset, takes down Nicorect, and we just got a plethora of updates. Oh my god. So Mixu takes down Nicorect, herO takes down Mixu, and herO's up against SKillous in the upper semifinals. Ooh, we're in a really rough position here just because, I mean, ByuN and GG Machine is going to be fire. It's going to be fire, Patton. So we'll be wrapping up this series and we'll be jumping into the upper semis, then lower semis thereafter. That'll be the plan. Will be the plan. Here we go. Beautiful. And once again, if you're in the chat, make sure to place your bets. Place your bets. Make sure you vote. Make sure you do vote on which maps you do want in the next ladder map pool. We are going to be jumping into Risen Memory here for game number 1. Don't forget to vote. Voting closing soon. Yeah. Here we go. And again, Risen Memory is another really weird map, is what I mean, we'll get into it. We'll get into it. I remember having a really hard time judging Risen Memory, just because it's so quirky. I was a little bit afraid that it was going a little bit too far in certain aspects. Yeah, I mean, it'll be an interesting one for sure. We'll see. We'll see how our players do approach this map. We'll see. We go. Why does Team Liquid make the maps? They don't. They do not make the maps. There's no conflict of interest for the team to control making maps. Once again, maybe there's a little bit of confusion going on in the chat. Team Liquid, they organize, sorry, I say Team Liquid, TL.net, they organize the event, they organize the contest, but they do not make the maps. They host the contest. Here in SKillous waiting, yes. Here we go. We are getting into our fresh series, into our quarterfinals, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Risen Memory, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg player himself. It is GG Machine. And if you're in the chats, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into Risen Memory, as we get into Game 1, as we get into our TVZ. Coming into this, ByuN is one of the favorite players to potentially win the entire tournament, but there are some big names, there are some heavy hitters, and he is favored to make it even further in said event. GG Machine, he already caused, I would say, a bit of an upset. Took down Geralt. Can he do the same to ByuN? As welcome to Risen Memory. Again, this is a crazy map in the map pool. We have our main base, we have our natural. The natural entrance is quite wide, actually. You can even knock down these rocks to make it even wider as well. There is some high ground, but the high ground is a little bit further back, so not the most defensive natural is what I will say. You can also set up tanks on low ground that can get within range of the gas geyser. Likewise, if we do head on over to the right hand side, the third base layout and the fourth base layout, just the base layout is crazy. It's very unique. It's very unique. That's why I mentioned before that I had a really hard time, like when it came to the judging process, when it came to like rating and ranking these maps, it was a little bit more difficult here for Risen Memory just because it's so different. So you have this elevated high ground outside of the third, and technically this position does protect your natural and your third base, kind of. You can set up tanks, right? You can set up tanks here on the high ground, you can set up a siege position, and you can protect the alleyway here, the pathway coming in towards the right hand side. But there's also this big entrance on the top side as well. You can knock down these rocks, you can just gain access from the top side, and there's another angle of attack here pushing into the third. Likewise, you can take the linear third base instead, which is also very open. It's just a really open map. Open third base, open fourth base, open fifth base. Like, again, they're just a lot more open. Even the natural is more open as well. So that's why I had a bit of a harder time. I'm like, is this taking a little bit too far here in just how much you have to invest to defend these bases? It's a bit of a more extreme map, for sure. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, just something to bear in mind. Another big feature here, as we've been focusing a lot on the bases themselves back at home, is the area in between the bases, in the center of the map, I should say. The area in the center of the map. Here we have a lot of high ground, a lot of choke points, a lot of ramps, a lot of tall grass as well to obscure vision. I would say that it is very difficult to actually engage an army in the center of the map. That is true. The map does open up closer to the bases, but in the center it's very congested. Very congested here. And it is more difficult for like a Zerg melee-based army to engage into the army just because of the terrain. But we'll get there. For now, we have our openers. We do have a standard opener here out of ByuN going for a 3cc into a 1-1-1. So standard opener out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, we just see a very fast lair. Oh my god, that is a 320 lair timing. We did not pull out gas. We did not pull out link speed, stays in gas, rushing into lair and taking more gases. This, it feels like one of two things. Either this is a Link Queen Nidus all-in, 3 gases are indicative of Nidus play. Otherwise, we can take a 4th gas geyser, and this could be Muta play. To go into rush into Spire. Oh, there it is! 4th gas geyser. This has to be Muta's. Now, Muta play is a little bit more viable in the current patch because of the recent buff. Of course, the time that it takes to create to research the Spire is lower. So again, you can get into Spire play and Muta play a little bit faster here. That is true, but you are still so vulnerable to aggression. We'll see if GG Machine can get away with it. We have seen some players attempt to play Muta in the recent patch and fail. Like, we've yet to see it succeed. Shin specifically, yeah, there's a Spire. As you mentioned, as soon as you saw the 4th gas geyser, it screamed Muta play. But Shin, he attempted to do this like 2 weeks ago, a week ago, 2 weeks ago against Nicorite, and Shin, he could not. It's like every time he tried to play Muta, Nicorite just shut him down so hard, was hyper aggressive with his bio play, was able to break his 3rd, break his 4th, break the Mutas. But it comes down to scouting as well, of course. ByuN doesn't know. ByuN has yet to scout.
SCV ready.
This was submitted as a rush map, standard. This was a standard map instead, which is crazy, by the way. They made it to a standard. Nice control, takes down the tumor. Tumor does go down. I think I gave this map a 3. I think I gave it a 3. You know what, Banshee does hit the natural, no spores. Yeah, no spores in position, but last cloak was never researched. And in the end, we'll get 2 drone kills. Banshee does barely get away. Does scout the gases, at least. So ByuN, he's aware of the gases. Does hit the 3rd. No links in position, no queens either. Army out of position. 6 drone kills. Brutal damage. Yeah, 6 drones. But the Hellions are going to be cleaned up. They are dealt with. And ByuN, he did not check the main. He did not get in. Back at home, he's aware. Okay, yeah, he's aware. He noticed. He took note of the gas. As the gas geysers were early, turrets are on the way. ByuN is getting ready. He's getting ready back at home. And it's going to be on ByuN to defend, to turtle up until a certain point, up until the upgrades finish up. So stim, +1, combat shields. ByuN is in position. There's 1 meter already. 1 meter goes down. No turret protecting the production. No turret in the main, just in the mineral line. 4 SCVs do fall. Marines are in position, and the mutas are trapped. Oh, he gets out. Yeah, barely does get out. ByuN was out of position. Bad. And so far, it's been okay. The mutas haven't really dealt any critical damage, but at the same time, they are containing ByuN. They're allowing GG Machine to drone, to saturate, to build up his bases, to spread more creep, to have a bit of a more comfortable time back at home. At least a little bit. Meanwhile, how is ByuN reacting? He's going into Bio Mine. So 2nd factory is on the way, more Widow Mines in production. Armory is a little bit late here to get into 2-2. As ByuN, he'll push through the center. Mutas, they do hit the 3rd. ByuN is moving in. Does try to dive. Mine shots. Nice retargeting. Yeah, very nice. Ooh, shot goes off. GG Machine does split off in time. He splits off. He splits off. Nice target firing here on the Widow Mines. And GG Machine, he does hold. Does hold. Does force a pickup. We'll get a full medevac. Not bad. Gets 1. Gets 2 medevacs. Ooh, gets 3. And all the medics do go down. ByuN, he will lose this entire army. Yeah, he will lose everything. Very nice engage here by GG Machine. He's gained map control, and we spoke how open this map. Oh god, no. We spoke about how open the map was, and how does ByuN expand? I just see a killer smile in the chats. Feels like a strong early game focused map. Well, the reasoning for that as well, as we try to emphasize, is how difficult it is to get a 4th. let alone a fifth. Like we there's no shot we ever get a fifth base. But expanding does feel very difficult here on this map. And speaking of ByuN, he's gonna have a hard time getting a fourth base up and running just because of how open these expansions are, both top side and south side as well. So GG Machine, he has momentum. Oh, Maestro going up. Nice connection. Jesus. Takes down 2 meters. 2 meters go down. Behind this GG Machine, he's getting up to a decent economy here. Up to 76. Almost a 4-base economy. Hive is on the way. This should be for eventually Ultra Tech. GG Machine is getting there. ByuN is moving out. As I mentioned before, ByuN, he does want to fight here on the high ground with all this terrain. Ideally. But pushing into this creep, pushing out into the open like this, it's not easy for ByuN. Like, this is a very, like, how open this map is ideal for Zerg. And we collapse on the army. Oh, through mine connections. Banelings, they give chase, but there's not enough Lings. Yeah, not enough Zerglings. The Banelings, they're going down, they overextend. Better engage here for ByuN. And some miscontrol out of GG Machine. Again, he should not have chased. And GG Machine is in danger. He's in danger. Here comes ByuN. He's pushing right down mid. And there's barely any Banelings here. The base may just go down. Oh. Yeah, ByuN, he's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throat. Banelings, they don't quite connect. Yeah, nice splits, nice spread. More Banelings finishing up. All the mutas go down, and this base will fall. Yeah, ByuN can just keep pushing. GG Machine, he had momentum initially. He had a decent start, but that fight in the center of the map did not go his way. Not go his way. He lost all of his Banelings. And because of how small this map is, because of the rush distance, I mean, ByuN can just hammer this home. Just rallies everything across the map, and GG Machine, he is broken. Down to 1 fungal. So 1 fungal in the chamber. ByuN, now he can expand. Now he takes his 4th base after, you know, the fight had been won. He's moving in. Fungal does land. We get a decent engage here for GG Machine, but he just doesn't have the numbers on the supply. GG gets pulled, and ByuN, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, GG Machine, everything was looking decent for him. He was able to gain map control, able to drone up to 76. He was taking up into Hive Tech. He was building up his army, but he took a really rough fight in the center. We did emphasize that before the fight occurred, where ByuN, he wants to fight in the center of the map, right? This is where he's going to be at his best, where he can kite back, he can make use of the terrain. And GG Machine, he went for the fight. He attempted to surround. He failed to surround, if you recall. He failed to surround. We saw that ByuN, he was able to edge his way out. He pulled back, pulled away, and Banelings did not connect with the army. And as soon as GG Machine lost that fight, he lost the game. Did lose the game then and there. Just because of how little time it takes to just rally across the map. Once the rocks get knocked down. GG. GG, well played with that. ByuN takes a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Getting into game 2. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself, down in the series. Let's see if he can bounce back. It is GG Machine. We go. 4th base is where armies naturally start exploring the map more, it seems. I glossed over it, but ByuN did ARAX last game, which makes sense. And ARAX is a 3-base all-in. That's why the 4th base was so delayed for ByuN. I do feel like ARAXs are would be the go-to in TVZ, specifically on Risen Memory, as it does kind of favor that more aggressive and assertive style. So it was a 3-base all-in out of ByuN. But it's also more favored against specifically Lingbane Muta, right? Against Muta play. here we go. From here, we're settling in, and welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is a much larger map, much more defensive here on 4 bases. We brought this up during the Geralt series, but really secured natural, 3rd, and 4th expansion. The 5th base, I would say, is going to be easier for the Terran player to secure, more so than the Protoss, as you can push forward with your main army. But that's only if we get that far, and I don't see it getting that far. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on our players. We'll see how we open up. We'll see if GG Machine attempts to go into Muta again. You could argue that he would have a bit of an easier time getting into Muta play here on Winter Madness, as he has more breathing room, but at the same time, do you really want to go Mutas 2 games in a row? No. So now we're opening up. Settling in. Going Hive here is a bad idea. That I'm sure also kind of played into it. Referring to Mixu's comment, referring to GG Machine teching when ByuN was committing to an 8 racks. Also didn't help. For sure. Jesus, as behind this, we're going for the 3rd CC before Starport. Economic opener out of ByuN. Makes sense, I mean, considering the map itself. Considering Winter Madness. And we'll keep an eye on the Zerg. This time he pulls out a gas. Remember, last game we had a 320 lair timing into fast Muta. This time, no such thing. So, no Muta play. Now we're pulling back in. But again, the lair timing is going to be nowhere near as fast as last game. So we're slowing things down here. Droning up. Even going Baneliness first. Okay. So a little bit safer here from GG Machine. Goes to the Bailey Nest before said lair. This will keep him safe against like a Hellbat push, like early move outs, early timings. I feel like this is overly safe against ByuN. Like ByuN isn't really known for earlier pushes. So lair has begun. It's that 4:30 lair timing. And from here we're calming down. From the side of ByuN, he's going into ByuN. There was a time here a couple of months ago when ByuN was playing mech against Zerg, but that was also in the previous patch with the previous Cyclone. Now that the Cyclone has been fixed, now that has been changed, I don't really see ByuN embracing mech too much in this matchup. So getting into ByuN. First double E-base, selling into his 3rd CC. Banshee's moving out, just like last game, no cloak, right? There's no cloak, there's no hyperlight rotors, no upgrades on said Banshees. Moving out to harass, light commitment into said Banshee play. And we'll see if GG Machine can keep up. Overall, it's been a pretty passive start, but again, that's kind of what we expect on a map like Winter Madness. As you mentioned, like, again, more Mac-oriented, larger. She's moved in. Got 1 so far. Nice pickups. Oof. As the Banshees do overextend, it's going to be 6 drones going down. Hellies, they do hit the 3rd. Not bad. Yeah, brutal positioning. Oh no, the Lings, they get roasted. Drones as well, and it's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand here. Every Ling is going to go down, and the drones as well. 14, 15. He's not done. Ah, no. 17 drones do fall, and this is critical damage. 20 drone kills. Not like this, papi. Not like this. Everything was just calming down. We were just chilling, enjoying the weather, and then bam! 20 dead workers. So, a brutal start for GG Machine. He's got a lot of redroning to do. He'll lose a lot of momentum, and here comes the main push. Here comes ByuN. While GG Machine is redroning, in a standard game, he should be making an army right now. We need more Ling Bane to survive against this, because here he comes. ByuN is pushing. Again, it's a 1-2 punch. Behind this, taking his gases. He's going for a second factory. He's building up into a 4th CC. Like ByuN, he's playing standard behind it. He's not going for an ARAX. He's not going all in by any means, but he has a lot of momentum. Here he comes. And coming back into tank range. Lings are being dealt with. And remember, this is not designed to kill, but he's just trading well. Just trading efficiently. Picking up Lings, reinforcing, and pressuring the 4th expansion. To the point where he might even just break it. As Lings try to collapse in. ByuN slowly pushing forward. Okay, within range of Ling Bane. Tank volley goes off. 2-2 has begun. And GG Machine, he has to engage. Gets over the first tank. First tank goes down, but the other is secure. He's up most of the Ling Bane. Brutal tank shots. Oh my god. And ByuN, he takes the fight. He takes the fight. He shuts out the Ling Bane. Gets on top of the Hydras as well. Those were insane tank volleys. Yeah, Hydra speed wasn't done in time. And ByuN, he's rallying. He's rallying across the map. Now, thankfully for GG Machine, because the map is so large, it does take a little bit longer to rally. But ByuN, he's coming. He's coming. And there's 0 Banelings. 0 Banelings to defend. He can stim and he can win. He can just move back. Yeah, without Banelings, there's nothing to be afraid of. Marines, they just rush forward. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations to ByuN. He does claim the series. Game 2 was a lot more cut and dry just because of the 20 dead workers. Unfortunately, at this level of play, losing 20 drones that early on, that's game ending. That's game ending damage. You're essentially forced into an all-in. Trying to recover, trying to drone up after losing that many workers that early in the game is just so difficult. Put Cyril in that position, put Raynor in that position, they'd also just they also would have struggled to recover after losing that many workers that quickly. GG, well played. So with that, ByuN does claim the series, does take the 2-0. Game 1 was a little closer. Game 1 was a little more back and forth, and Game 1, GG Machine, he had a lot more potential as well. It was a really exciting Game 1, but here Game 2, a little bit one-sided, a little bit more lackluster. Regardless, GG, well played. ByuN does claim the series, and now we're getting ready for our next matchup. Here we go. Here we go. GG, well played. And with that, let's catch up on the brag. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Oh. Yo, did the bunny cam go down? Oh no. Oh no, bunny cam is down. Hold on. Hold on, 1 minute. BRB. I think the camera fell over. Hold on. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we returned. We've returned here with our next series with the upper semifinals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 110. Here we go, and we're jumping in. We're jumping into our best of three. We're jumping into the upper semis and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of White Rabbits. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss. We have the Red Protoss player himself. Representing Team Liquid, it is SKillous. Here we go. Ooh, and if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our PvP. Let's go. Let us go. When it comes to the bunny cam, I do think that it is... yeah, it's still down, unfortunately. I will try to fix it, but I just don't have a lot of time. I'll think that the show must go on. The show must go on. So I don't really have time to really try to get that up and running. So I do apologize. We'll get bunny cam going at some point, I'm sure. Once we have some time. Maybe before the finals. Maybe before the finals when they're doing their videos. Maybe I'll have some time then. But otherwise, here we go. Welcome to White Rabbits. Speaking of bunny, true, bunny cam. Speaking of, we do have herO sitting up with a proxy across the map. It does go for his hidden pylon into what could be a proxy robo one base all in. Oh boy, one base all ins, of course, they are stronger. They are hitting a little bit harder here in the most recent patch. Bear that in mind. Just catching up. Did the bunnies eat it? Oh no, not the bunnies. No, I think the camera's just out of it's just out of power. I think the camera just ran out of battery, so I have to like hook it up to a power bank or something. Otherwise, here we go. So proxy robo out of herO. SKillous meanwhile does scout. It does get across the map. Does scout. Does confirm. Oh. Go. Yeah, as robo is finishing up. Behind this, we do have our defensive robo out of SKillous, so a solid read here from SKillous. With this, he'll have his own defensive immortals, and I do favor SKillous in this position. He's basically hard countering herO. Without confirming. You can see he's looking, by the way. He's looking, he's scouting, working on White Rabbit. White Rabbit is a massive map. It's huge. As that does get in. Gets 2 probes so far. 2 probes go down. Decent start for herO. Meanwhile, the immortal is on the way. So do shade in. Now being shut down. So shuts down the adepts. The prism has arrived. With that, there's going to be a bit of a power spike for herO because he has more micro potential, of course. He can juggle his units. He can move in, dropping into the main. Given time skills, he will get his own immortal. So the longer this goes on, the better it should be for SKillous, as he's building up the immortal counts. Does collapse in, he's got his defensive shield battery. Zones away herO. Oh, it does send him back. Nice catch. Gets in depth. Gets a stalker. And SKillous is holding. Yeah, SKillous, he's holding on. We have another immortal on the way. At the same time, he gets across the map with his prism. Gets 2 probes, nothing major. Going for another warp in though. Okay. Goes to the warbin. Boys are being pulled into mass adept. Yeah, SKillous, he should be able to trade this. At the same time, herO getting behind the mineral line. That's going to be 6 dead workers across the map. And SKillous does take a lead, going for another. Continues the war. Let's go. Continues the warbins. Should be able to overwhelm. And herO, he's falling apart here. Yeah, he cannot harass across the map. As he bleeds out a sentry, bleeds out the adept. There's the forced to recall back home as well. Ay. And SKillous enjoys the lead. He enjoys a nice economic lead. Now, SKillous, unfortunately, he has found the proxy. He knows. Yeah, he has found it. So he can push in that direction. Trading 1-to-1. Speaking of, yep, there's the move out. Here he's racing over. He'll lose the pylon. He should lose the proxy as well. SKillous is yet to commit. Yeah, he pulls back. He pulls away. He doesn't know where the Immortal is. He doesn't know where herO's army is. So SKillous, he plays it safe. He pulls back. Still enjoying a greater economy. Oh. Now with that SKillous, he will be able to shut this down. Once again, the Immortals, they don't get into the bases. We have the Stargate on the way. That's going to be for Phoenixes. Oh, there's a recall. Does recall back home. And with the Phoenix, what can he do? He can lift the Immortals. He can also focus on the War Prism. Like, the Phoenix here is going to be the nail in the coffin. herO's on a timer. He's got to go soon. He's got to send it back. Got to send it. herO dropping back in. Drops back in, gonna be zoned away. Again, we spoke about it earlier. The Phoenix shuts down the War Prism. Massive pickup. Yeah, not recall in time. Doesn't recall in time. Takes down the Prism. The Immortals, they're on their own. And unless he makes a massive blunder, a massive mistake, SKillous, he should take this first game. Should be able to take it. As we mentioned at the start of the game, but yeah, he does catch the Immortals. Nice control out of SKillous. He gets one. He gets two. Two Immortals go down. Gets on top of the production. Yeah, it does depower. Catches another Immortal. And against SKillous, he hard counted herO at the start of the game. But if they do get into the middle line though, oh god. herO gets in. Recall's on cooldown. Uh-oh. Yeah, recall is on cooldown. A lot of probes are falling. herO, he tries to expand, but herO, he barely has an army to work with. Yeah, barely an army. SKillous with double the supply. Double the army supply. And here he comes. He has 6 Immortals. That's crazy. 6 Immortals, Patty. Shuts down the Nexus. Threatens the Shade. Pushing up the ramp is still going to be difficult, unfortunately. Like, trying to break a main base, the main base is going to be difficult. Yeah, the Prism is low as well. But SKillous is getting there. He's making his way in. Takes on the pylon, the gateway. Does shade into the main, going for the sentries. A bold move here from SKillous. Yeah, fighting with half his army. The other half here just cannot engage. But he still has enough. Yeah, he still has enough anyway. Oh no! Prism goes down! The Prism falls. Despite that, SKillous, yeah, does lift the Immortal. Does lift, does try to chase. Really messy fight here for SKillous. No shot. Hey, wasting DPS, like the army's not doing anything. Yeah, a lot of wasted DPS. herO, can he hold on? The boys are being pulled. We need a lift. Oof. And again, SKillous, he had double the Immortal count. He had 6 Immortals, but he blunders the fight. He does hit massive blunder here. He's gonna be forced out. herO, he somehow survives with less than half the army. But again, so much supply just wasn't doing anything. Ay, ay, ay. SKillous, Nikita. Not like this. Very messy here out of SKillous, and herO, he's back in this. He's up in workers. Now looking to expand. SKillous, he races back home. Ay, ay, ay. SKillous, he had this game. He still has an army, true. He's still in this. But he's lost his advantage, right? He's lost his at least immortal lead. Here's pushing. Here's moving out. Here he's making his way across the map, getting into the gateway. SKillous down to 1 immortal. We'll lose the gate. Phoenixes are racing back home. Now, with the help of the Phoenixes, I still do favor SKillous' army. Like, SKillous, he still has a greater main army. He can still lift the immortal and focus, and even lift the sentries, and focus on the warp prism. Speaking of, it does lift all the sentries. And he should be able to focus him down. Yeah, one after the other. Oof. Down to 1 feet. Oh, sorry, down to 1 sentry. Still a messy engage out of SKillous. But now he can chase. Yeah, now he can give chase, and herO, he should not be able to get away. He shouldn't get away. Ooh, we'll lose a Phoenix. 1 Phoenix is thrown away there for SKillous. And okay, even though SKillous had a really rough fight across the map, he still has enough of a lead. And still too far ahead. Catches the immortal. Now, once again, despite the lead that SKillous has, it's still very difficult pushing up this ramp. I wouldn't be opposed to him just denying the space and claiming his own, right? Just take his own expansion. Catching up some of the sentries. Nice pick up set by herO. Catching out the Stalker, catching out the Zet. Very nice pickups. The Zet does barely get away. But herO, he's out trading SKillous, which shouldn't be happening. Oh. Does pick up the immortal though. Immortal overextended. Like, when it comes to the micro battle here, herO, he's still making some magic happen. Despite having a very small army. It's impressive. Oh. Here is slowly building up that immortal count once again. Trying to break out of his main. SKillous, he reacts. Oh. Does react, does catch all 3 sentries, gets 1. 1, 2. Yeah, picks up 2 sentries. Better pick up straight from SKillous. Again, really delicate micro. Misplaced force field. Doesn't catch the immortal. Behind this long distance mining. Oh, we pull the boys. Let's go. Tries to pull the boys. Here he cannot break out of his main. Yeah, he tries to brute force the issue here. He'll lose 2 immortals in the process. 2, 3 immortals go down. GG gets called, and SKillous, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG well played. A very, very intense game 1. Again, SKillous, he essentially hard countered herO when it came to the openers. Winding it back, herO went for a proxy robo, SKillous went for a defensive robo, and SKillous as a result had a much stronger early game. SKillous had a massive lead, massive advantage, and SKillous, he had a brutal fight across the map. Despite that lead, he tried to force his way into the main base. His armor was cut in half. He was fighting with only a portion of his army, and herO took an incredible fight back at home. And herO, he was able to make a game out of that. Despite such a deficit, he was able to take a better fight, take a better trade. He was able to just go super saiyan with his micro, with his APM, take some better fights, and trade as efficiently as possible. And in the end, it was still not quite enough. In the end, his deficit was too much, and SKillous, he still closed it out. But herO, he made him work for it. Did make him work for it in the end. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Winter Madness. Let's go. Let us go. Oh, don't be a clown in the chat. Why is herO attacking? If you recall, like herO, he was in a rough position regardless, just because of how much damage he had sustained early on. If you remember, he lost a lot of workers to the Adept harass. The Adept dropping into the main base, so that's why he fell behind economically. So like there was no like good answer for herO there. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1 down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back. It is herO. Yeah, we have some clowns in the chat. Watch yourselves, man. Watch yourselves. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. We go. And we'll see if herO once again sets up for a proxy. Running it back, last game it was a proxy robo at a herO which got completely shut down. So we'll keep an eye on his second pylon. We'll see if he goes for a real or fake proxy pylon. Likewise, it could be SKillous' turn instead. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Yes, here we go. Would you see it's SKillous' turn? Let's go. It's our red Protoss' turn here as we are going for the proxy pylon, and this should be the setup for a proxy robo. So a proxy robo, 1 base all in is what we're expecting out of SKillous. herO, meanwhile, going for a 2-gate opener back at home, something more standard. Yo, shout out to Monster for sponsoring the TLMC. True. There's that defense. There's that proxy robo. And what's scary to me here is if you look at herO's vision, no probe scouts. No probe scout across the map. So herO, he doesn't know that a pylon is missing. He doesn't know that there's a proxy. He has zero information. herO, thankfully, he's at least scouting nearby, checking for a proxy pylon on the right-hand side. But he doesn't know to play safe here. Despite that, he blindly goes robo. Okay. So herO with a blind hard counter. Okay. And SKillous scouts. He scouts the robo. So basically, the roles have been reversed, but it's a little bit different here. The roles have reversed, but remember, SKillous, his build, his robo was a reaction to what herO was doing. Here, there was no reaction. Here, he was blindly just opening up robo, assuming that SKillous would actually commit to a proxy, and he called it correctly. So really nice game sense there from herO, as he just blindly opened robo. And with that, here he does rally. He's here to just focus on the pylon, to hard counter to shut this down. Zones away the adepts. The pylon is getting low, and the pylon is going to fall, and the robo, the immortal, will not pop out. Completely shut down. Depowers the Robo. And the all-in is heavily delayed. So a rough start for SKillous. And this should not work. Gonna try to repower. Stalkers, they maintain this high ground. They maintain this position. Nice control out of herO. He does save the Stalker. And once again, he'll be able to focus on one of these pylons. Only one. The other will complete. The Robo will get repowered. Robo does get repowered. The Immortal has arrived. Remember, herO, he has his own Robo. His own Robo, his own defensive Immortals. They're on the way. herO's already up to 8 Stalkers. Jesus. Prism is out. And he heals off 4 Stalkers. They harass in the mineral line. 4 Stalkers, they can one-shot probes. They can one-shot. They can and they will. Meanwhile, a big shout to Citrisa in the chat. God, my God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time. We do appreciate the support, as always. Do appreciate. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the content, the casting, and the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy. Stalkers, they drop into the main. They drop into the main base. They overwhelm the Stalkers. Thankfully, there's a safety shield battery. Poise are being pulled. And more Stalkers have arrived. herO, he just commits into the main base. Yeah, SKillous is out of position. He's stuck here, idle in the center of the map. And now he turns around, now he reacts, now he responds. But again, a late reaction. And herO, he should overwhelm the main. Right, we're down to 3, down to 2 Stalkers, down to 1. GG gets called, and herO, he takes the lead, or he ties things up. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match here. Again, basically same build but reversed. Where game 1 we had SKillous hard counter herO, I mean quote unquote hard counter, like he reacted, he responded with a defensive Robo, called it correctly. Game 2 we had the reverse where herO was able to blindly just recognize or blindly assume that SKillous would be proxying, went for his own defensive Robo and shut down the proxy. GG. GG, well played. Now the question becomes, who proxies this time? Do we both proxy each other? Or do we finally get into a standard macro game? What's the plan? What is the plan? So here we go. As game 3 is going to be on Missing You Today. Also, the bunny cam is back, but the bunnies are top right. They're hiding, but they're hiding. Also, after this series, I'll probably have to plug in the camera before it runs out of battery. Plug it in. I also have to re-angle it as well. It's a little bit too much to the left. A little bit too much. But here we go. We're getting into that ace match here. We're getting into game 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Missing You Today, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. So it does tie up the series. Can it maintain that momentum? And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Go. Whew. And so far, both players have attempted proxy robos, and both players have failed. They've both failed in their attempted proxy. herO, he failed the proxy in game 1. SKillous failed the proxy in game 2. Game 3, does anyone proxy? I'm sure they will. I'm sure. Let's go. So now we're setting up, taking our gases. Oh, I see what you did there. I saw the comment earlier. We need to hook a wheel up to the camera. Infinite power. Ah, true. I see in the chat as well. Are you casting ByuN versus Solar after this? Yes, yes. If you look at the bracket, I believe on the bracket itself it says that both semis are casted. The challenge bracket. So we do cast both semifinals. That is the norm for our tournaments. I know it's not the norm for all tournaments, like Pegasus Cup, they only cover, they run them at the same time. Little League Cup, it's on a case-by-case basis. Wardy TV Monday, they do cover both semis, and for our tournaments, we cover both semis as well. So different tournaments, different rule sets. But we do cover both semis. But now though, double adepts. So double adept here by herO. That's right, second pylons in the main base for herO, second pylons in the main base for SKillous. For the first time this series, no proxy. No proxy from either player. We're getting into a much more standard early to mid game here. We're calming down, we're settling into a more standard game, which means we can actually expand. For the first time this series, we can get a natural. We can actually expand and we can play some StarCraft. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Beautiful. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of herO. Does open Stargate. It does open up. Oh. Likewise, we pick off a couple of workers. 3 probes going down so far. Another depth does shade in. Yeah, no wall. No wall off. 2 more depths do join the fray. And here he's popping off. More probes are going down. 2 depths taking one-shot workers. There they are. 5, 6 probes going down. Brutal damage early on. This should not have happened. And herO kicks things off with a lead. And the aggression continues. The Oracle has arrived. Remember, it was a Stargate into a delayed Nexus. The Oracle is deflected, but we have a second Oracle on the way. And a Phoenix. So again, herO, he is the aggressor, and so far it's paying off. SKillous setting up a proxy across the map. The Oracle is zoned away. The Oracle is zoned. So far we have 2 gateways here for SKillous, and we're getting a 3rd gateway across. Never mind. Just reinforcing. SKillous is pushing. He does have a massive army. That's a lot of sentries. He has force fields. There's a lot of force fields available. Does he know stasis? Now moving in. Oh, he doesn't notice. Oh my god. Yeah, so close. Yeah, so close, so clutch. Gets one of the stalkers. He moves in. Does get caught. And now down to 2. Down to 2 stalkers left. herO, he does shut this down. He has time to rebuild, to warp in. SKillous, he was committed here. hero's going to chase him down. And forcing a recall. The stasis will run out. And with that, herO pulls the boys. He should clean this up. It's mainly a sentry-based army. Pays off another 2 stalkers. And herO, he's giving chase. Oh. He respects the warp in. Does respect at the same time. Double Oracle into the main. Yeah, they weren't at home to defend, and they can one-shot probes. They can and they will. 10 more probes going down. SKillous, he's all in. He's all in at this point. He has to end the game with this army, but he just doesn't have enough. And not enough stalkers. Too many losses. And SKillous, he will lose everything here. The Oracles are still popping up. GG gets called as herO overwhelms, and herO will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. GG, well played here as herO. Here he does claim the series at 2-1. Does advance on. Shout out to SKillous. SKillous, he did make a series out of this, of course. Did make a series out of this. Did go all the way to the ace match here. We had a very chaotic game 1, chaotic game 2, but here in game 3, as we settle into a more standard game, herO, he popped off with the Adepts. The Oracles, they were kind of like the flare. They were the nail in the coffin, but the Adepts early on were brutal, doing so much damage. They were wreaking havoc. And with that, GG. The Adepts, they kind of set the stage, and we had the Oracle follow-up as well. GG. GG will play, and with that, here he will make it to the finals, and we are waiting for our next opponent. Let's go. Let us go. Up next is going to be a best of three between ByuN and Solar. What is happening here? why is shit here? Oh god. Este shin. As like so we were getting ready for our game. We were getting ready for ByuN versus Solar. So like we were just about to start, like countdown was loading in, and then Shin joined the lobby, and we're like, wait, what? He's like, hi guys, and Solar's like, get out of here, what are you doing? Like, stop spying on my games. And Shin's like, it's fine, don't worry. Este Shin. He left. I was like, Shin, do you want to cast? And he's like, no, it's okay. God damn it, shit. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into our fresh series, and spawning in the right hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Let's go. Here's some sick matchups. Thanks for casting. Oh, you're welcome. Happy you're welcome. Yeah, we're very fortunate that we're able to have like such good players and such good series as well. Yeah. I should have told Shin to play next time. Este Shin. For now, 2 Rex Reapers. So 2 Rex Reaper out of ByuN. Meanwhile, Solo going hatch. Ooh, gasless? Uh-oh. Gasless opener out of Solar. Greedy build here. He's going hatch pool into a third hatchery. Late gases out of Solar. What does that mean? Late link speed. Late link speed out of Solar. And because link speed is going to be delayed, that means that there's a bigger window in time where these Reapers can do damage. Because link speed hits so much later, dealing with these Reapers is going to be much more difficult. Oh boy. So getting into our builds here, when it comes to our builds of choice, I do favor ByuN. I feel like ByuN has a lot more potential for damage. The plus side of this build though is faster queens, right? Your queens are slightly faster because you went for a delayed gas. Your spawning pool was earlier, so that is true. That is a plus side. But we'll see if Solar can expand and get a third. So there are some pros, there are some cons. As Reapers are moving out. Third natural base is on the way. ByuN, he will poke in. He pokes in, he zones away the drone. And Solar, he might just turtle up on 2 bases and go into 2 base Roach. That would make the most sense, just because gases are so delayed. Next set of queens are in production. ByuN, he checks for the 3rd base. It backs off. The 3rd Reaper as right. He's getting up to 4 Reapers. He does get 1 extra, more than usual. Cleans up the lings. Queen is very low. But now we've built up to 4 queens, right? With 4 queens, like Solar should be secure on 2 bases. At least on 2. Yeah, once again, ByuN checks for the 3rd. There is no expansion. Nice KDA charge. Nope. Renza mineral line. Doesn't get any workers. Once again, he checks for the 3rd base. No 3rd in sight. He's like, hold up, what's going on? And it is 2 base Roach. So 2 base Roach. Lair is on the way. Roach Warren's on the way. Gases are being taken. Against Solar, he's just stuck on 2 bases. And ByuN can freely expand. 3rd CC is on the way, getting to his own 2-1-1. Sorry, 3 CC, 2-1-1. Building up. Stim is on the way. Stim. Stim is on the horizon here. Roach speed is almost done. We're building up our roaches. And we'll see if Solo goes for a 3-base. If he builds up to a 3-base all-in, we'll see how much he macros from here. So Queen is getting low. Queen gets picked up. And that's pick up. Does catch the Queen. I'm noticing a little bit of stuttering in game. Yeah, we'll look into that. And we have confirmation isn't all in. Okay. So I was curious. I was like, is Solo going to macro from here? The answer is no. He's going for a German taxi. German taxi, Roach speed is on the way. Jump loads are on the way. Queen's going to be building up, and it's all or nothing for Solar. Either he kills ByuN or he dies trying. Now, what does ByuN have to defend? He's going to have Mass Marine. He doesn't really have much of a backbone to his army. There are no tanks, right? There's no tanks currently yet for ByuN. The first tank is now on the way. He will have a massive amount of Marines, and he can take a stronger fight defensively, but we'll see how the armies engage. We'll see what is it going to be biled down. The other downside of this setup here for ByuN, the production is exposed, right? These 2 Raxes are vulnerable. The upgrade combat shields also vulnerable as well. That's the downside of having your production at the natural. And speaking of, yeah, combat shields will not finish. Raxes are gonna fall. Force to lift, force to move away. ByuN gonna have a hard time spending his money. Tank does siege. He does siege up. Nice tank shot, very nice. Tank boys are popping up. No bunkers. Boys are being pulled. ByuN was not ready for this all in. He was not ready, but he does focus on those Ravagers. And 1, 2 Ravagers go down. Queens as well, but he will lose so many SCVs. Oh, Kolobazu connect. Breaks through the tank. And Solar's done it. Solar, he has done it. He has broken ByuN. Again, ByuN, he didn't see this coming. No bunkers are ready. Production was exposed. And Solar, he'll take a lead in the series. The boys are doing what they can. That's going to be 23 dead SCVs. 28. 30. And again, we're nowhere near done. Filing down the final tank. GG gets called, and Solar, he snowballs out of control. He takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Solar, he does take a lead in the series. Against Solar, he was forced to stay on 2 bases early on, and very quickly did decide to commit into a 2-base all-in. 3rd base just for Larva. 3rd base just for Larva. He went for a German taxi. ByuN, he failed to scout. He failed to confirm. That's why he had no setup back at home. No tanks are ready. No bunkers are ready. The production was exposed. GG. GG, well played. Lack of scouting there did kill ByuN. Now we're getting into game number 2. Jumping into game 2 here. And we'll see if Solar can close it out. We'll see if ByuN can recover. Here we go. Here we go. ByuN holds this with a Banshee. Bearing in mind that this is a German taxi, so that's why Queens are involved. So there is anti-air. That's the purpose of the Queen support. Well done. Oh. We had to restart. Fun fact, the lobby was being made and Ryung was in the player slot. Ah, no. We're good. We're good to go. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner of Andromeda, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Oh, I have to fix that. Not on Team Liquid. Hold on. It's my bad. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Go as we are getting into game number 2. And I spoke earlier about the stuttering that was happening in game. It's a little bit worse here. Now, bearing in mind that this is only happening on my end, basically it is routing to the Korean server, so I will be turning on my VPN after this game. If we get into the ace match, then game 3 should be smooth. Otherwise, of course, the final should be smooth as well, as herO is also in Korea. But yeah, that is brutal. Hopefully it clears up. As once again, gasless. Okay, hatch pool. Hatch pool opener out of Solar. He does open up once again with a delayed gas, with delayed link speed, most likely going for another roach-based opener. Now, what I will say very quickly, coming into Andromeda, this is a smaller map compared to White Rabbit, and all-ins are more favored here. There's a very high chance that Solar is going to go for another roach all-in. to be honest, like, there's a very high chance of that happening, and it'll hit even harder on a map like Andromeda. Now this time ByuN is going for a standard opener, and this time it's going to be on ByuN to scout across the map, to recognize what's going on and to figure out what exactly Solar is up to. Bearing in mind as well, just to be clear about the build, which is why I think someone in chat spoke about potential Banshee play. We already explained that of course Solar's build incorporated Queens, which would have been the anti-air for Banshee, but even then there shouldn't have been a Banshee because it was a 2-on-1. Remember, it was a 2x Reaper opener, which means it leads into a stim timing into Medivacs, not into Banshee. Like, the build itself does lead towards bio play, but here with the standard opener, ByuN can open up 1-1-1 into safety Banshees, which would be a little bit of a safer start against a roach heavy style. So the openers are important when it comes to where it leads us. Reaper moves out. Does move out, does get eyes on the third base, is aware of the quote-unquote standard opener. I say quote-unquote because, bam, you can see here the gas is just not being taken. Again, very late gas here for Solar. ByuN getting his third CC on location, Jesus. I mean, ByuN, he saw the timing of the earlier third base, so he's aware that it was a gasless start, so he's aware of how greedy Solar is, and he reacts with his own greed. So 3CC, 1-1-1 out of ByuN. But again, even greedier on location. And we're expecting roaches out of Solar. It's what we're expecting, but we'll see if he does go into delayed link speed. There we go. Yeah, roach warren is on the way. And again, roaches are standard here if you do delay your gas, right? Because your gas is so late, there's no point in going into link speed. So we're getting to our Queen Roach opener. And once again, it's going to be on us to confirm whether or not Solar drones, right? Does he drone up his third, or does he go for an all-in again? As I mentioned before, there's a very high chance that we see another all-in. Really, the pressure is going to be on ByuN to scout, to figure out whether or not we see something more committed. See what happens. Is my internet lagging, or is it the stream? It is not the stream, it is in-game. So I did mention this before. I do apologize, but as I mentioned, the routing to the Korean server is not ideal. So right now, there's just a lot of latency to the connection to the Korean server. I will be turning on a VPN after this game. So after this game, it should be fine. But unfortunately for this game, you can see some stuttering in game. Some frame drops. The connection to Twitch is fine, the internet is fine, it's just routing to the Korean server. Smooch. Meanwhile, roaches are being produced. Only a handful of roaches, so only a handful of roaches do move out. And we're droning. So Solar, he's macroing up behind this. He's going for a lair, he's joining up his third base. It is a roach opener, but it's not a roach all-in. So from here, we're selling in. Obviously, this doesn't affect the players. Otherwise, we'd see a pause. But this doesn't affect the players. Just on our end. Smudge. It happens, right? Like last game, everything was fine, right? ByuN and Solar game 1, everything was fine for the most part. It's just sometimes you connect to the worst server. To the worst node, I should say. It's more technically correct. As we have our Banshees, they push in on the right hand side. It is going to be an infestation bit follow-up here out of Solar. Going for the pits. Taking up into Hive, or at least into Infestors. Now what we're expecting with a Roach-based opener is for this to lead into +1 melee, not +1 range, to lead into melee upgrades in towards Ultra Tech on Hive Tech. So we'll see if we go into melee or not. Otherwise, if we go into range, this could be Roaches into Hydra Lurker. So what's there it is, Hydra into range. So range upgrade on the way. We're taking up into Hydra Lurker. That is the other tech option that you can go from Roaches. So now ByuN catching out some Roaches. Just getting one so far. Behind this, ByuN just saturating on 3 bases. Slowly building up. Unfortunately, the game where we're having connectivity issues is the one where we're going into a macro game. feels bad, man. Feels bad. Smurge. As ByuN, he does actually catch the base. The army's out of position. Solar, he will lose his 4th. And 4th base goes down. Road Traps are trying to engage. Not quite able to. The base does fall. As ByuN, I mean, he could try to keep pushing from here. Yeah, Viper production has begun. Lurker tech is still on the way. ByuN has momentum and he's dropping into the main. So he backs off with the main army, drops into the main base. At the same time, he has eyes on the northern expansion, and he may just rotate. He may just rotate over to make sure that Solar cannot take a 4th. So he'll poke in. Trades with the army. From here, pulls away. Banshees into natural, and ByuN is actually pushing right down mid. Just throwing up all the creep, denying vision. But Solar, his Lurker Den is done. Lurker Den does finish up, so Lurkers are morphing in. We have 5 Lurkers on the way. Vipers are gathering energy. The army, the quality of the army, I should say, for Solar is slowly increasing, right? He's perfecting his army, building on more Lurkers, building on more Vipers. This army is now becoming more threatening. It's not going to be as easy to break the 4th. ByuN, he's going for it, though. He's pushing towards the 4th base. Oh, big distraction. Solar here overreacts. Yeah, he does overreact. A massive rotation, which means the 4th base is exposed. Ay, ay, ay. I was like, oh, you know, Solar, he's got Lurkers. It's going to be difficult to break the 4th, but he's not here. Yeah, he's not in position. Yeah, brutal fight. Massive tank shots going off. Better concave here for ByuN. Despite that, looks like Solar, he can brute force his way through. Nice blinding clouds. Yeah, nice blinding clouds, and Solar, he holds. He does hold on and plows all the tanks. Solar, he survives. He saves the 4th base. But that was a brutal trade. He bled out a lot of units here in the process. That was 17 Roaches going down. And we'll see if ByuN can keep rallying. I mean, trying to break Lurkers without Ghosts is not going to be easy. So far, we have 4 Ghosts in production. So 4 Ghosts on the way. On the way, nice catch here on the fire. Yeah, ByuN gets called out, and here comes the move out here. The upgrades are now done for Solar. Lurkers are moving in, they have range. Now he's done defending. At the same time, ByuN gets across the map. We're getting a little bit messy here. ByuN gets into the mineral line. At the same time, we see Solar collapsing on the planetary. Bases are going down. Solar, he will lose the mineral line. Yeah, 16 drone kills. Oof. Lurker volley's going off. Nice snipes. Yeah, nice snipes. Lurkers are getting cleaned up. ByuN, he's holding back at home, but he will lose so many SCVs at 35 workers going down. Yeah, brutal losses there for ByuN. I mean, the snipes are solid. Oh my god. ByuN, he punished the Solar. So he sticks around for a little bit too long. Gets punished. Does get punished here, but Solar, he still has a slightly better economy. He's rebuilding his lurkers. He has 1 Viper left over. How many ghosts? 5. He's got 5 ghosts. He has a decent army, but the size just isn't there. Oh, once again, sees across the map though. Yeah, Solar once again out of position. He will lose the mineral line. 10 drones. 10 drone kills. Solar out of position. The base goes. Oh my god. The 5th base goes down. Did I say 5th? Sorry, that's the 4th. So we're committing in. EMP a little bit too late. Abducts one of the ghosts. We have, what, 6 lurkers left over. The snipes are brutal though. 3 lurkers are getting picked up. Down to 3. 3 lurkers left. Down to 2. Yeah, down to 2. Down to 1. Down to barely 0. Cleans up with the lurkers. ByuN, he defends. He survives. He shuts down the main army. Very nice target firing, nice snipes, and GG. Yeah, GG gets called. Solar, he runs out of steam, and ByuN ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. And I'll turn on my VPN. I got you. But GG, well played. ByuN, he does fight back. He does tie the series up. And we're going to the ace match. Un momento. Okay. Hopefully this node is a little bit better. Fingers crossed. Beautiful. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match here. Winding it back when it came to the game itself. Again, we saw that Solar, he was just getting caught out a little bit too often. I mean, that's one of the downsides of going for a roach-heavy composition. Something that we should have emphasized is how immobile the army is, compared to Ling Bane at least, right? Compared to Ling Bane, it's a little more immobile, so it's so much more important to actually have map control, or I say map control, to at least have map awareness and map vision, to be able to rotate and position your army in time. Otherwise, trying to react to these pings on your minimap, trying to react to your opponent, it takes so long. It takes so long to reactively start to move your army from side to side if you're out of position, and we saw so many bases, so many mineral lines go down in favor of ByuN. And here we go, we're getting into game number 3. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Risen Memory, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And again, I do apologize for the slideshow of game number 2. As you saw in game 1, and as you're seeing here, like we're fine. Like it's it's just a connection to the Blizzard server, unfortunately. For those who are unaware, routing can be very random and can be very inefficient. So in the last game, basically, the routing forced me to go, I think, probably like to the Americas, like went up to the Americas and back around. So the connection to the Korean server was just too poor, and that's why you saw like there was all this like frame drops in game. Here I'm using a VPN, so I'm like forcing like the routing to be like, I'm forcing the node to like go directly there. So that's why here like there's no issues. And it's just random sometimes, like when you need VPNs, when you don't need VPNs. So, Blizzard servers. So basically for the last game, I was just being sent around the world instead of being sent directly to Korea. So yeah, it's lovely. If you're curious how it works. Feels routing, man. I bet someone at home is using your bandwidth. No. Yeah, just see Ebola in the chats. Just a lack of understanding of how the Blizzard servers work. That's why everything is smooth here. That's why the stream wasn't lagging. It was just in-game. So now you know. Now you know. If you're out there. Just a bit of a fun fact. For now, though, we're settling in. It is going to be a standard opener here. This time, Solar, he does not go for a delayed gas. Okay. So this time, hatch gas pool does minus gas. Ling speed is on the way. And for the first time this series, Solar, he is going for what looks to be a Ling Bane opener, not roaches. So for the first time, we're going for a standard opener. Meanwhile, ByuN back at home, going for his own third TC before starport. Now, this is where, welcome one and all to Risen Memory. Risen Memory is a much more open map of the map pool, much more aggressive map as well. Your third and fourth bases are a lot more open. And as a result, we have seen a lot of aggression on this map. Last time we featured this map was between ByuN and GG Machine. GG Machine, he went for mutas. He tried to rush into mutas and go into Ling Bane muta. He had a decent start, but what did ByuN go for? 8 racks. ByuN, he went for an 8 racks, which makes plenty of sense on this map because the fourth base is so difficult to take and so difficult to maintain. So difficult to maintain. So as a result here, we do have, we're expecting ByuN to be hyper aggressive. Speaking of opening up Liberator, okay. Does open up Liberator. If the bunnies decide to chew on light Ethernet cables, we'll know. True, true. Ah, no. Unironically, that is why I have not allowed my bunnies into my room yet, because I have an Ethernet cable on the floor. It's like going across the room on the floor, and 100% they would totally like attempt to nibble on it. Aye. The internet is not, it's not safe in my room to the bunnies. Not safe. Ah, no. They will cut the internet immediately. If the internet goes down, then you know the bunnies, they've made it into the room somehow. They've broken in. Ah, no. As ByuN, he does threaten the third. Oh. At the same time, Liberator rallying towards the main. Does rally in. Nice movement here so far with the Hellions. They roast up the Lings. Liberator into the main, and Hellions, they do go for the dive. Yeah, he commits into the mineral line. Are there enough Lings? Only 11. Yeah, only 11 Lings here. Lings, they do catch. Okay, nice catch on the Hellions. That could have been so much worse. 2 Hellions make it through. 1 Hellion gets into the main. And despite that, still 9 drones going down. Still some decent damage, but that was what? That was 6 Hellions going down. Not the best trade for ByuN. He was hoping for a little bit more. He was hoping for more damage. Oh, and we spoke about Ling Bane muta earlier with GG Machine. This time, once again, we see Solar also going into mutas. So really cool to see. If you have been watching TVZ as of late, you'll notice an uptick in muta play. The reasoning for this is because of the latest patch. Latest patch did buff muta play, did make it more accessible, I should say, specifically with the timing of the Spire, with the cost as well. So muta play is a little more accessible, and Solar is going Ling Bane muta. Now, on the one hand, it's really cool that we're seeing attempted muta play. I say attempted muta because we are going to be quite vulnerable to early aggression, just because so much gas is being spent on mutas that typically it means that your upgrades and your Ling Bane is going to be that much more delayed, typically. Now, this wasn't the fastest muta play. If you recall, this was like a 5-minute Spire timing, like around 5 minutes. We're not rushing into mutas like GG Machine did in his series. Rushing mutas. Bane is building up. ByuN does sort of step in. Gets an Overlord. Gets an Overlord, does threaten the 4th base. No major hiccups yet, but he does head into the natural, and does he scout? I mean, he saw the gases earlier, he's aware of at least that. Oh, he doesn't commit it. doesn't commit in. He's still playing blind. Does spot a gas at the 4th. That's a tell. These gases, they should not be here. Wings, they zone away. I mean, technically, there's a world where this is maybe like a rush into Hive and rush into Ultras. In ByuN's mind, I mean. Still being active. Mutas have hit the field. They've been revealed. He knows. Yeah, he does spot the mutas. ByuN, he races back home. Turrets now have begun, but these are late turrets. ByuN, he was out of position. And mutas, they force him back home. They kill the turrets. But I say force him back home. The drops are still being active. Okay, bold move. He's pushing. Yeah, he's pushing. We have a drop in the center. We have a drop towards the south side as well. ByuN, he does kite back. The medevacs are very low though. And ByuN, he's not getting into the bases. Mutas, they do catch the first medevac. Medevac did go down. And ByuN, he pulls away. And what's important about what ByuN just did, as a muta does go down to the Widow Mine, is that he forces the mutas back home, which means they're no longer harassing, which means ByuN, he's secure back at home. Oh, nice catch. He gets 1, he gets 2. Oh, just 1. 1 muta is full. Nice big off here by ByuN. Main army's rallying in. Now, we spoke earlier about the ARAXs and the strength of an ARAX here on Risen Memory. Do you see what I see? I see 5 Raxes done. I see 3 more Raxes on the way, and ByuN, he's committing into an ARAX setup. What does this mean? This means that he's going for a more delayed expansion. I say that, never mind. He is floating over. He did take a faster 4th, so he's not as committed as he was against GG Machine. Okay. He's not as committed. He is expanding. Behind this, going into Thor production, which means that Solar, he should be able to turn. Droning up to 85. Hive is on the horizon. Infestation bit's on the way. Getting ready for Hive Tech. And ByuN, he's not rallying. He's staying at home. As we mentioned, he did decide to go for a delayed 8-Rax. Oh no! Oh my god! Jesus. Mind shots, they pop up. Oh, 6 mutas going down. Solar, calm down. Calm down. As the mutas, they're very low. 1 more Widow Mine would completely shut this down. Not just a mine, but anything. A Thor volley, the Marines. Hi. Solar, be careful, Pappy. Be careful. Okay, Widow Mines are moving in. ByuN is pushing. He's got 1 Thor with the main army. And Solar, he avoids the main army. He's pushing out instead, going for a counterattack. And how does ByuN respond? He scans ahead of time. He does see the Ling Bane. ByuN is moving in. Let's catch a queen. Oof. Nice connections. If Bailey's a crash in at the same time, Solar, he commits across the map. He's going for the mineral line. Yeah, the base is exposed. The mineral line is going to go down, and ByuN, he's racing back. It turns back around. We'll lose 20 SCVs. And ByuN, he plummets in supply. Yeah, it turns around with everything. Solar, he's made it. He's made it. He's maxed. The Hive is almost done. Now we're going to start working towards Ultras. Towards the Ultra Cavern. 3-3 upgrades. Adrenal. And again, I don't really know how ByuN can actually push on this map. He was able to pull it off against GG Machine, but again, that was like more of an aggressive build. Here, less so for ByuN. His army's just so fragile. And the map is just so open. Like, he's so vulnerable to surrounds. Oh, nice catch. Yeah. Nice catch by ByuN. Bane unable to engage. From here, kiting back. Solar, he will clean this up. Maybe not the most efficient trade, but he does clean this up. At the same time, ByuN, he pushed through the center. He will lose everything. Both armies, they crumble. Yeah, and Solar just snowballs out of control. He snowballs from here. ByuN, he doesn't really have much of an army remaining. Down to a handful of Marines. And Solar's remaxed. He's already remaxed. Ultra Cavern is on the way. And again, like, I don't see ByuN turtling up and maxing out here. Like, this is not the map for it. It's not ideal, Pat. Not like this. Not on Risen Memory. Solar, he pulls away. Moving in. Throwing up all the tumors. At the same time, Solar going for a counterattack. Not that many Banelings here for Solar. Oof. Still surrounds. He somewhat trades. Yeah, much more efficient fight for ByuN. Oof. Solar, we gotta be careful. Trading a little bit too inefficiently. Solar's trying to collapse in the army. Ultra production has begun. ByuN, he's gaining momentum, by the way. Oh. As Widow Mines, they don't quite get their shots off. Solar collapsing in, finally taking a better fight. And catching at the Marines. Catching at the army. At the same time, oh. Solar is keeping up. Now we can head for the mineral line, go for the economy. And Solar, he's rallying. He does rally across the map. Planetary is done. And nice target firing out of ByuN. He does focus down the Banelings. Okay. Banelings get focused down. ByuN, he's holding. He's holding, he's surviving. I'm so shocked that he's held onto these bases, by the way. Specifically the planetaries. He's held onto them. His economy, it's still good enough. Impressive. I was like, how does ByuN hold on to his 4th and 5th? I mean, Solar has been taking some rough fights. Like some really rough fights here from Solar. Bleeding out a lot of Lings. Trying to build up his ultras. His gas income is limited. And there's only one ultra. Yeah, the ultra gets targeted down. ByuN, he's breaking through. Taking the ultra, gets all the Banelings as well. One more ultra pops. And it falls instantly. Yeah, just better fights here, better trades for ByuN. As Solar, he's just trickling in. Yeah, losing far too much here. Ay. Finally, Solar, he does collapse in with his main army. The Mutas, they come together. Lings as well. But those are brutal losses. He lost so many Banelings and the Ultras. So much gas down the drain. And ByuN, he's doing it. He's doing it. Like, the defensive position for ByuN is quite weak, but ByuN has just been so aggressive that Solar can't commit. Like, he just can't push out. Oh. That's way too soon, though. Solar cleans up the drop. ByuN here extends. We finally have a decent Baneling count. Okay. A decent amount of Banelings. Ultra's moving in as well. Still an awkward engage here for Solar. As ByuN just keeps rallying. Behind this, we finally have a Ghost Academy on the way. It's just Impure Marine Marauder. Oh. And Mines. Once again, the wind's coming in quite hard off of creep. Solar not able to engage. And finally, we've been missing some of these spell casters. Infestor production has begun. We can finally fungal. We can lock down the army. It's been so difficult just watching the Ling Bane try to engage off of creep. It just hasn't been working. Oh, speaking of, brutal mind connection. Brutal mind shot. Solar looking for an opportunity. Does find a base. Oh, there are so many mines. The mines are well linging. Ghost production is finally underway. Use a kill an orbital. They get one of the bases. That base goes down. 2 turrets as well. Finally, economic damage. It's been so long. It's been so long. 7 SCV kills. ACVs, breaks through the turrets. Again, the first time in a long time that the Mews have been used to harass. And as we're distracting ByuN, bam, here comes a Ling Bane. Here comes a Ling Bane Ultra going for the planetary. Finally looking to knock down some of these bases. We have a wall of marauders. And planetary does fall. And so does the mineral line. And Fesh is coming in as well. Solar, he finally takes a fight. This is what he's been waiting for. Breaks the expansion, breaks the mineral line. And sure, like Solar, he will lose his army, but he can rebuild. He can rebuild, he can remax. We have 6 ultras on the way. And Solar, he's back in the driver's seat. He's back. Back in, he's back. And again, it was impressive how well ByuN was able to play out the mid game, 100%. Just counterattacking, dropping all over the place, fighting on his terms. But finally, like Solar, he stabilized. He stabilized. Was able to take his fights instead, force ByuN to be more defensive. And now ByuN just can't keep up. He lost his base, and now he just cannot expand. And this is the map coming into play, right? As we mentioned before, like these bases, they're just so difficult to defend. Solar's going for the kill, going for the throat. And the ultras have arrived. They get on top of the final planetary. Banelings crash in. And ByuN, he cannot defend. Not against this. Not like this. GG gets called, and Solar, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Solar. He will claim the series. He will advance on. Again, we had a back and forth here. I was very impressed by how ByuN was able to play things out. Oh. Very impressed by how ByuN was able to play things out. Oh. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Solar, he will claim the series. He will take down ByuN 2-1. But looks like we might have to do something here. Oh. Un momento. Of course, it is going to be raffle time. It is going to be raffle time. And of course, herO has been patiently waiting for the winner of the series. Patiently waiting in the grand finals. Oh. But I do need a moment here. So 1 moment, so we're going to be cutting to a break, and we have an update here to give you. So 1 moment, going on a short break. Oh, see you soon, Pappy, see you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I do apologize for that break, but something has come up, so we'll get into it here. Unfortunately, Solar, this is something that he has expressed to us in the past, where he has been unable to compete and unable to play in some tournaments. It has happened before, but Solar, he is forfeiting. He's going to be forfeiting. The reasoning for this is that he is unavailable. Like, something came up and he cannot compete. He does have to leave, unfortunately. So Solar is going to be forfeiting. What does that mean for us? That means that ByuN does advance on in his place, and ByuN is going to be going up against herO in the grand finals. It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate that Solar can't compete. But it has happened before where he's had to forfeit earlier in a tournament just because, you know, there was something else that was kind of later on that he had like planned or scheduled, or something else would be coming up, where he wouldn't be available. So it is unfortunate. I would love to see Solar versus herO in the finals, but alas, it is not meant to be. So it is unfortunate, and that means that we have herO and ByuN facing off in that best of 5. Vetoes are underway as he is getting into those finals. Meanwhile, before we get into the finals, of course, I did mention it is raffle time. It is time for La Rifa, papi, La Rifa. Here we go. For those that are curious, every single week we do host a random raffle. We host a participation raffle. Basically, all the players that competed tonight are eligible for a random raffle. We had a crazy turnout, and again, we're quite lucky in that respect as well. We had herO, Mixu, Ryung, SKillous, ByuN, GG Machine, Solar, Christiana, Ryung, and many other players. We had a crazy lineup here, a crazy setup, a crazy roster of players, and again, very fortunate for that sort of thing. But here we go. Here we go as we are getting into the grand finals here. Beautiful. And the players are already getting ready, so we gotta go. So this week we had 18 eligible players, 18 eligible players here for the random raffle. And this week, one player does walk away a little bit richer here with a little bit of extra prize money. Here we go. This week, congratulations to, I don't think for the first time, congratulations to Ragnar. Congratulations, Ragnar. He does walk away with that 5 USD. We had herO as the runner-up alongside Triple, Art, Mixu, and Ledlix. Ragnar, he's an Australian Zerg player, and Ragnar, where was he? Let's have a look here. Ragnar, he went down in the first round. He went down in the first round to Micro Life X. So again, all players are equally eligible here to earn some extra prize money. I mean, hey, herO's a finalist, and herO, he almost got it. herO's a runner up here, so almost went to herO, but just went to Ragnar instead. So congratulations to Ragnar. Does walk away a little bit richer here. Exclamation mark rigged in the chat as always as we are getting into the grand finals. Once again, to reiterate, it's going to be a best of 5 finals, and once again, Solar did defeat ByuN in the semis, but Solar is unavailable to play the finals, so he does forfeit, and instead ByuN does take his place. So we have our top 2, we have our finals, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Mothership, we have the South Green Protoss player, we have the Red Protoss representing T1, it is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, we have the Blue Terran representing Shopify, it is ByuN. I feel like there's a meme somewhere there where it's like, even when Zerg wins, they lose. Like, it's unfortunate, baby, it's unfortunate. But if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck, man. Best of luck. Smurge, man. Smurge. there we go. Here we go. So again, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your best way you can. And welcome one all to Mothership. Mothership is a 3-player spawn map, and we are going for a CC first build. Very cheeky CC first out of ByuN, and you can see here the Rax is actually further back in the main base as well. So ByuN going for the CC in the main, the Rax further back. Now the reason why the Rax is further back is because it is not unlikely for the probe scout to check the ramp and then leave, right? It's very common to check the ramp and then pull away. So if herO doesn't commit into the base, then he won't confirm the location of ByuN. So cheeky start out of ByuN. Meanwhile, it's going to be a gate expand out of herO. Going for the faster nexus as well as we settle in. Another reason why you can get away with something like CC first is because this map is huge. It's a very, very large map, a very large macro map as well. Of course, you can spawn in top right, top left, or bottom side as well. And so far, ByuN doesn't SCV scout, which is normal in TVP. Meanwhile, herO also doesn't probe scout. So no probe scout out of herO. Bold move. Here we go as herO, he is building up, going for a second choice, going for a Twilight Council opener. Meanwhile, back at home, ByuN going for his own 1-1 setup. Nothing crazy yet. We haven't even seen each other, so we're not fully aware of each other's location. When it comes to some of the features here of this map, outside of it just being a 3-player spawn map, we do have a pretty secure 3-base setup. We do have a 3rd base here on the left-hand side. It is fully walled off by these rocks. It can be opened up throughout the mid-game, that is true, but at least early on, your 3-base setup is pretty secure. When it comes to your 4th expansion, it is a little bit more spread out. It's a little bit more accessible here. That is true, but for the most part, we expect to see longer and later games on Mothership. In general as well, if you know anything about ByuN's TVP, you'll know that ByuN is also one to slow things down and embrace a longer game as well. ByuN, he's the most macro Terran player in the world, more so than Clem, more so than Maru, more so than Cure. All the other Terran players out there are much more prone to going for all-ins. They're a lot more prone to aggression, to all-ins. ByuN typically slows things down and embraces like a 3 and 4 base setup. Typically. Not saying he always does this, but that is typically like the trajectory of ByuN's play. I should caveat that and say that in recent weeks, ever since the new patch, we have been seeing ByuN adjust and be a little bit more decisive and a little bit more aggressive. There is a reasoning for that. ByuN has been struggling a lot more in a longer later game just because Protoss have a lot more options. We have seen a lot of Protoss players have a lot more success going for rover-based openers into Bay, into Colossus. Like Colossus in the mid-game is much more viable now in the new patch because of the changes to the Ghost. Now that the Ghost is a light unit, now that it has a light tag attributed to it, it does mean that it is more vulnerable to heavy Colossus play. So we have seen a rise in Colossus-based play. Even though there have been all these changes to Storm, like Colossus have been a little more prominent in PvT. I say prominent, I should say it's a little more of a viable option, right? You have the option to open up Colossus or go into Storm. Meanwhile, how many gateways? We do have our initial 3-gate blink. So 3-gate blink out of herO. He's moving out while he expands. And herO, he has found his opponent. Behind this, ByuN going for his own 2-on-1. Oh. Wait, what is happening? Sorry. So we have a 2-on-1 setup here, early stim, getting a 3rd Rax. But a really fast stim out of ByuN, opting not to go for any harassment, as in no Widowmine drop, no Banshee play. Stalkers poke in, but the tanks are secure. So is the base, so is the entrance. So secure and natural here for ByuN. herO looking for a way in. Rotates over towards the natural. Oh, it goes to the Medivac. Gets one. A bold move, he'll bleed out one of the Stalkers. Does get the Medivac. Oof. So now there it goes down. At the same time, we do have a drop into the, Liberator into the main. Liberator gets 4 probe kills, not bad. But here he wants to maintain this position. Oh, the tank shots. Nice fingers. He gets one. He gets one. He gets just one Stalker. Stalker goes down, and Medivac did fall. A bit of a back and forth trade. Meanwhile, when it comes to splash damage, Storm is going to be the splash damage of choice, not Colossus. Storm is on the way. poking in. Tank is exposed. He dives on the tank. Tank goes down. Brutal pickoff. No bunker. Army was out of position. Ooh, he will catch the stalkers. This is not worth it yet. Oh my god. Yeah, late blink out of herO. This is not worth it at all. He rallies into the army, throwing away so much supply. And with that, ByuN, he gains momentum. He does gain the supply lead. Took the better fight. herO, he killed a tank, but herO, he lost so many stalkers in the process. Here gets turned away. And again, ByuN, he has momentum. He's building up his army. He will soon move out. For now, just getting a store-based on location. herO being as active as he can. If we ever do see a move out here, he's here to punish with Storm. Storm is done. Templar, they loaded up. Storm zones. Storm does zone away. Tanks are exposed, but he's going to lose all the High Templar. Yeah, a bit of an awkward engage here for herO. Storms don't quite connect. herO overextends. He will bleed out an Immortal. Oh no, the Prism! Prism goes down as well. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, some messy moves here out of herO. As he will lose both Immortals. And ByuN, he takes a further lead. He was already ahead by 20 supply, now up by 40. ByuN, he extends his lead. And we're waiting for the Ghost. Waiting for the Ghost, waiting for the move out. herO, he's bled out just far too much throughout the course of this game. And ByuN is looking to snowball out of control. He's looking to snowball. Oh god. Brutal storms. Some panic storms as well, bearing in mind that storms do not stack. Again, that was 3 storms and the High Templar did survive. It was a panic move out of herO. Calm down, herO, calm down. As it feels like herO's been hurting himself this game so far. Like herO, he's been so aggressive. He's been so aggressive and so in the face of ByuN. It just hasn't been worth it. Storm goes off, gets 3 SCVs. Oh my god. As Prism is low, Vikings are on the way. Building up his Vikings. herO's playing with fire. He will lose the Prism. Oh my god, Prism goes down. And I'm afraid to look at the trades here, but you can see, Jesus. herO's been trading so poorly here, losing 5 Templar, 2 Prisms, 2 Immortals as well. I mean, the gas losses, they tell a story. Losing over double the value of ByuN's army. And again, ByuN, he has yet to push across the map. Like, this is not ByuN, like, pushing and being aggressive and like, finding all this damage. Like, no, it's herO. Like, here, he's just been, like, ramming his face against the wall that is ByuN. And ByuN, he stands strong. He takes it. And here comes a move out. And here comes a counterattack. What is it to defend? 11 High Templar. Jesus. That's a lot of storms. Now, the downside of having 11 Templar is that the supportive army is non-existent. Like, he barely has any units to support. And, oh, as I say, 11 down to 10. 10 Templar left. 1 gets sniped. ByuN, we can keep going. Like, ByuN, you're good to go. ByuN, you're almost maxed. Send it, Pappy. Send it. ByuN is backing up. Now, to be fair, ByuN doesn't know how well he's been trading. He should have an idea. He should have an idea, but he doesn't know how much of a lead he has supply-wise compared to herO. ByuN backing off is allowing herO to warp in. He's allowing herO to warp in, to build up an army. As you can see, we're making 2 Colossus at a time. There was a big window here where herO was vulnerable, but because of ByuN's passivity, he's allowing herO to recover. And here he's catching up, because here come the Colossus. And again, ByuN just didn't know, right? He just didn't know that herO had nothing. He had like 2 Immortals, like 3 Zealots, like 5 Stalkers. Like he didn't really have any supportive army. But the Colossus are amassing. herO, he's recovering. Sky tosses on Sky tosses on the way. Fleet Beacon, 2 more Stargates. +1 air attack. And again, if ByuN continues to be passive here, then herO he'll get away with it. ByuN is maxed. We gotta push. ByuN is maxed out. And ByuN, he's just expanding. This is a Terran player that's been punished quite hard in his life, and he's too scared to push, Bobby. Ah, no. There's some serious PTSD going on here. I don't blame him. He's like, if I move out, I'm just gonna die to storms. Like, that's not true, Bobby. You have momentum. But here, like, again, ByuN just refuses to move out. Here, he's mass expanding, taking more bases. And here he's catching up. Here he's not just catching up, but he's getting away with Sky Toss. Remember, +1 air attack, 3 Stargates, Fleet Beacon, 2nd Cyber Core, carrier production underway. Like herO, he's getting away with so much here. And ByuN's just been playing so scared. And see, this is like reinforcing ByuN's thoughts. He's like, see, if I move out, I get the run by comes in. I can't push. It's like, sure now, but ByuN's like, see, I should never move out. Aye. Scan reveal Sky Toss. We're making 3 carriers at a time. ByuN, he responds with his own starports, getting into Mass Viking. Ooh. Storm connects, the army's clumping. Okay, the army does clump. Nice EMP. Nice EMP on the Templar. ByuN pulls away. And ByuN, he has been up like 40 supply for the past 5 minutes. Oh, that was a brutal storm. He's getting caught out. He's getting caught out. Now here he's caught up in supply. He's caught up with his army. herO can now take a fight. That wasn't the case for the past couple of minutes, but now is. As herO now he's got his Sky Toss. Mothership is coming in. Colossus as well. How many Vikings so far? 12. Doing some Viking counts. Cloak is activated. Yeah, ByuN getting bullied back. There's still, what, 2, 3 more storms. Oof. And as storm zones away, we're now going for the planetary. Nice slow zone. Zoning back ByuN. Planetary goes down. Oof. Planetary goes down. EMPs, nice EMPs on the Templar. No storms left. ByuN, you can chase. You can chase. Yeah, for now, just zoning back. Soldiers now have arrived to support, to focus down those Vikings. 1, 2, 3 Vikings go down, and nice target finding on the Ghost. And here's just been out trading. He's just been out trading here with his Storms, with his Tempest. Starting back ByuN. Here just ensuring there's no expansion. Here just pulling his way in. We do have some liberation though. Liberation has arrived. Decent concave here from ByuN. Does catch out the army. Here come the flanking storms. Oh my god. Yeah, we just mass storm, but the storms are late. Yeah, late storms. Here he promises supply. He will lose everything. Tempest, they get shut down. The Sky Toss as well. And herO doesn't have a bank. He does not have a bank here. Trading somewhat well with these Zealots. But here, despite having all these bases, there's no saturation. Yeah, he's oversaturated. Instead, he's heavily oversaturated. Oh, okay. Yeah, 17 out of 8, 11 out of 6. Idle workers here in the main base. So despite the higher proc count here, he's not mining efficiently. So 78, there we go. Now he does transfer. Now he does notice. He's like, where's my money? Ay, ay, ay. And ByuN, he's building up. He's building up. Making 6 layers behind this. And ByuN, he has the greater army. Took the better fight. Now, the one thing that I will say, ByuN is in a better position. This is not the first time he's been in this position, right? Like for the beginning of this game, for the first half, like he was in a commanding position, but he refused to push. It's similar here, where ByuN, he's gonna max out. He's gonna be up like what, 70 supply. We need a push. Like we gotta move out. We can't just stay at home, baby. Now, to be fair, he's waiting for his liberators. He's waiting for the liberators to arrive. Once they do, he needs to push. And I'm hoping he doesn't allow herO to recover. As herO finally, he saturates. But remember, like he has been having like an inefficient economy for too long. So even though herO's had 80 workers, the economy is just now kicking in. Yeah, just now kicking in. Still left idle workers. Liberation has arrived. And I'm hoping that ByuN pushes soon. No shot, we're just gonna like siege up here in Turtle, right? Oh god, he is. He's throwing down more CCs. Bab, who hurts you, Bab? I mean, I say who hurt. We know who hurt him. Just like Protoss in general hurt him. Like this is. Oh god. Someone needs to send ByuN up. Someone needs to send him a hug, Pappy. Look at this. Like this is a Terran player that has been hurt by life, by Protoss so much. Where he's max and he refuses to push, Pappy. He's like, no, like I know what happens. Just fully turtling up here in his corner of the map. Ah. Feels bad, man. It's a Terran player that's been hurt very, very badly in TVP, like too many times. Someone get ByuN therapy. We need a therapist to go to ByuN. Oh god. Because herO isn't like herO isn't like winning this game. It's like ByuN like losing his lead, losing his advantage. It's ByuN himself. Ah. I'll flip the names over here just to make it. There we go. So it fits a little bit better. This map is literally looks like a mothership. PTSD squared. True, to the power of 2. Literally playing all them. He's playing on enemy territory, Pappy. True. Oh god. Well, as a result, ByuN, he had a 70 supply lead. Not anymore, because he's just been turtling up back at home. So he's allowed herO to mass expand. He's allowed herO to saturate efficiently, more or less. More so than previously. Still some inefficient mining. And he's allowed herO to max out with Tempest. Now, ByuN still has a bank, so ByuN can still, like, work with this. Oh, nuke gets thrown down. He doesn't see it! Oh no! Oh my god, that was so close. He barely sniped the ghost in time. That was far too close, man. Yeah. Nice snap with the Tempest. He gets one, he gets two. Two Tempests go down. Calm down here, calm down. He's overextending with the Tempest, by the way. He's overextending. Where's the support? So 3, 4 Tempests getting picked up. 5 Tempests, Jesus. And ByuN is out trading. Like, ByuN, he's fighting well. He's fighting well here. He's trading well. But now herO has a bank. Somewhat of a bank. Nice EMP. Tempest taking free shots off here on the Vikings. Storm zones away. There's a lot of Vikings going down. Liberator's now exposed. And the power of Sky Toss. herO, he got there. And he got into his Mass Tempest, now just picking off Liberators, picking off turrets as well. Ghost coming in. Ooh, it does run through the storm. No more storms though. Yeah, no more storms, just the one. He starter steps in. And ByuN, he takes the fight. He takes the fight. And this time we should keep pushing. And again, one more storm was all we needed. Storm is now a little bit too late. There are only 2 Tempests left, and ByuN, he's done it. ByuN, he's done it. Have the confidence. No, keep going. Keep going if you don't. Don't turn around. You can do this. Don't turn around. ByuN, you can keep going. ByuN, I believe in you. Por favor. No. No, shorty backs off. And I mean, he's about to max out anyway. Keep going, Pappy. He scans the main. He's trying to figure out what's going on. Someone needs to give him, like, self-esteem. Oh, God. We believe in you, ByuN. You can do it. Don't back off for the 3rd time. Oh, no. Nice catch out of ByuN. Picking off Stalkers. Again, ByuN still has momentum, he can still keep pushing, but he's still playing it very scared. Oh. So from here, Planetary goes down. herO trying to engage, but again, he barely has a standing army. ByuN, he respects the cloak. Does respect it. And kites back at the same time. ByuN knocking down bases. Let's go. Takes on bottom right. Nice EMP. No recall. And no recall available. These bases should be going down at the same time. herO's pushing in. ByuN fighting with only half his army. Oh. Does get zoned away. Will lose this mineral line, but at the same time, he's going to be taking down 2 expansions. Once again, mass EMP. There's no recall available. ByuN does take down 2 bases. Let's go. 28 probes. herO, he races back home. And he should clean this up. There's only 1 med oh. ByuN gonna make him work for it though. Yeah, nice EMP. Takes down the Archon. Picks up Stalkers. I mean, that is an expensive loss here for ByuN, but he still has so much momentum here. He's got all these, arguably too many Vikings. We have 17 Vikings. A little bit overkill. It's 17 Vikings against what? Against 3 Tempests, by the way. I mean, the Colossus, yeah, they can... They're also targets as well, I suppose. that's a lot of Vikings. And here we go. ByuN, he's going for the kill. He's done it. He's going for the kill. Does catch the Tempest. Not just, I think maybe 1 recalls. ByuN gets away. But this time ByuN should not back off. Like, he knows he's killed bases. He can't keep pushing as herO does double expand. Okay, he's keeping up with the main rotation as well. Keeping up with the main army. He races back home. He's keeping up with herO. Does run away. ByuN gets another expansion. Unfortunately, he doesn't know where the main army is. So he's playing it safe. He pulls back. A bit of a misread out of ByuN. Vikings OP. I mean, what do you... ByuN's been in a commanding position for like the past like 20 minutes. True. Vikings are OP. True, true. They can land and lift. It's crazy. It's crazy. Ah. Imba. There we go. Collapsing in the army. Cleans up all the Colossus. Unfortunately, ByuN, he has to follow these stalkers. I'm hoping that once he deals with this, he can just keep pushing, but here he's just buying more time. I don't blame herO for sticking in this either, bearing in mind that herO has been allowed to max out 3 different times in this game despite being dead. So it's like, so why not, buddy? Why not? Keep going. I need to message Shin and tell him to like give ByuN a hug next time like they see each other. Like we tell it it's gonna be okay. You can kill Protoss. Like you can have some confidence, man. Have some confidence. As from here, we have the final engage here from herO. He barely has a standing army. He throws away his zealots. He's got 2 Novas left over, 2 disruptors. Yeah, we can send it. We can do it. We're up 100 supply. Ah. ByuN, por favor. He's looking for more bases. Oh, there we go. Sims up the ramp. There we go. Gets 1, gets 2, gets all 3 disruptors. And here we go, the waddle is real. GG gets called. He breaks on through 30-minute game 1, and ByuN takes a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. ByuN does take game number 1 here. Again, ByuN, he had some very, very strong fights at the beginning of the game. 20 minutes ago, he had some really good fights. Winding it back, just to put things into context, herO was overly aggressive. If you remember, it was 20 minutes ago, but herO, he was overly aggressive. He was very much so pushing into the face of ByuN and trading very inefficiently. herO, he was losing War Prisms, losing High Templar, losing Stalkers as well. Really expensive losses out of herO, and herO lost a lot of momentum early on, which is why we had the massive supply disparity in the beginning in the first place. I think it was ByuN taking a 40 supply lead. So it was a really, really strong start for ByuN because he was just defending and defending really well and out trading. Was out trading. Oh. Good. We're getting into game 2. We're getting into game 2. Ooh, but again, so ByuN, he was able to take some better trades, take some better fights, able to gain momentum early on. But as you saw, despite getting momentum, despite having a lot going for him, he refused to push. He refused to fight. Again, as we were having a little bit of fun with it, but unironically, it like ByuN very clearly was playing like a player who has been punished for being aggressive in the past and for having a lead and for throwing a lead. Like that's what it seemed very apparent that like psychologically, like ByuN was broken. Like Like ByuN, he was like, I've been in this position before and I've thrown too many times. I'm not gonna push. I'm not gonna lose that lead. And because of that, it allowed herO to have chances to recover in the game. Despite that, herO still continues to take some really bad fights, some really poor fights. Even though herO remaxed with Tempest, with Skytoss, if you remember, he had no supportive army. His supportive army was out of position, so he would engage with Mass Tempest, but he would be losing Tempest as well. So some really poor fights out of herO continued throughout the course of the game. So even though herO was allowed to remax and allowed to recover, ByuN was still out trading. He was still out trading, he was still taking better engagements, better fights overall. Despite that, again, ByuN still refused to push. But as you mentioned, like a lot of it did seem like just some rough experiences in the past from ByuN cemented into his mind to the point where he just, yeah, it was just, oh god. Not the first time we've seen that from ByuN, by the way, but with that GG well played, now we're getting to game 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. Leading the series 1-0, it is ByuN. We go. Just catching him with the chat. What is he? Korean Spirit? If you are unfamiliar with ByuN's, specifically his TVP, like, if you know anything about ByuN, I mean, we try to hammer this down as often as we can. Over the past year, over the past like 10 months, ByuN's TVP, there's a reason why we introduced him this way. He is the most macro Terran player in the world, in the sense that compared to Clem, compared to Bunny, compared to Maru, compared to Cure, compared to literally any other Terran player, all the other Terrans are much more aggressive. They're much more aggressive. They're much more willing to go for all-ins, timing attacks. They're much more assertive in their play. ByuN, he's like the least aggressive of the Terrans out there, specifically in this matchup. Like, he is much more active against Zerg and against Terran, 100%. Like, if you saw how ByuN plays TVP, like, his TVZ and TVT is insanely different. It's like a different person playing, essentially. But specifically for TVP, like ByuN, he's a little more defensive, a little more passive, a little more like mid to late game oriented. But I do think that it's just like, because of his experiences, like of failed aggression, of being punished for being overly aggressive. Yes. Poor ByuN. Poor ByuN. The trauma is real, is what I'm getting at. The trauma is very real for ByuN in TVP. Here we go. But here we go. ByuN does expand. ByuN does take as natural. And welcome to White Rabbits. Now, what I will say coming into, I mean, I don't know what the vetoes are, but coming into the rest of the series here, White Rabbit is a very large map in the map pool. In general, a lot of the TLMC maps are really big. That is, I would say, one of the downsides of this current TLMC map pool. Maps like Mothership, White Rabbit, Tidal Citadel, Celestial Enclave, Winter Madness, and many others. Like, there's a lot of the maps are quite large. Only a handful of rush maps made it through, unfortunately. Like, I can think of like 10,000 feet and not Satellite Years. I would say that's another large map. The other one, God, the one that had the gas geyser that got changed. But that one. But yeah, there's like a handful of like aggressive rush maps, but the majority are quite big. Like, the majority are quite big, the majority are quite large. So strap yourselves in, because hey, here on White Rabbit, we could be here for another 40 minutes. That's unironically. Oh boy, it's big. Meanwhile, we do see ByuN going for his own 1-1-1 into Cloak Banshee. Tourmaline is quite short. Yes, I would say that. Tourmaline is one of the shorter maps. that doesn't go against what I said. I did mention how the majority of the maps are large. There are some exceptions to that, but they're in the minority, unfortunately. Oh. As Banshee does hit the third. The Observer is in position, despite that 3 probes go down. Only 3 workers, I would say a better trade for herO. Ideally, you do want to pick off additional workers with your initial Cloak Banshee. And back at home did open up Blink. Taking his third base, herO, he does gain map control, he moves out, and we'll see if ByuN can defend. See if he can hold on. ByuN, he is down to 1 tank. So 1 tank of the natural. herO, with the help of the War Prism, with the help of the Observer, he can blink into the main. No bunker. Nice pickup. Gets 1, 2, 3 Marines, rotates towards the main base. But ByuN, he has plenty in position. Has his Marines, has his Marauders. Going for Sim. 2 more volleys. Can he get it? Uno más. Just snipes him. Yeah, nice pickup, but he will bleed out some Stalkers in the process. That's 4 Stalkers going down, so a bit of a trade. But this will delay ByuN. So ByuN is stuck at home. 3rd TC is already in production, so we're building up into a 3rd base. We're getting into the mid game, which is no surprise here. Again, so ByuN is building up into a longer game. herO, he now has the security here, knowing that there's no stim, knowing that he can be a little bit greedier, take a faster 4th base, tech up a little bit harder. Oh. So let's kite back. There's that 4th expansion. So again, herO claiming his 4th.
SCV ready.
And he's here to slow down any push. Trading well. He's looking Marines. Now, whenever ByuN does decide to move out, we have the Prism. Yeah, here comes a backstab. Prism into the main. Charge is done. And while ByuN's distracted, Prism does get into the mineral line. ByuN does pull away. He pulls away in time. herO, diving the Cyclone, but he gets punished by the tank. Yeah, second volley goes off. Tank does go down. herO pulls away. So far, no major damage. ByuN, he defends well. Only losing 2 SCVs. Oh, I spoke too soon. I spoke a little bit too soon. Losing 3. But still a clean defense here by ByuN. He minimizes losses. He punishes the Stalkers. ByuN holds. herO, the aggression continues. More Zealots riding across the map. War Prism back into the main. This is actually quite similar to last game, where like herO's hyper aggressive. Last game it did not pay off at all. This time he's trading. Gets 7 more SCVs. Yeah, trades against the Marines. Oof, even picking up medevacs. And again, this is the same style out of herO 2 games in a row, but this time he's finding damage. This time he's killing workers, killing high-tech units, catching out medevacs, catching out Marines, catching out tanks, and the aggression continues. And the purpose, the goal here is that herO, he's on a 4-base economy. He has a greater economy, and as long as he can continue to cripple the economy of ByuN, this is worth it. If he can continue. Yep, more bringing more Zealots, still rallying across the map. Basically, hero's just trying to brute force it. He's just trying to brute force the win. Takes off 2 more SCVs. More Zealots are amassing. Oh. And gets turned away. Getting very low. herO pushing in between the bases, trying to catch up the army. Widowmines have yet to borrow. 1 Widowmine goes down. There's 2 left. We get some decent connections. But Zealots they collapse in. The Immortals as well. We're wasting some DPS. The Immortals, they gotta get in there. Oof. Decent kiting here out of ByuN, but he will still lose 16 SCVs. He will lose the mineral line. Up. And herO pulls away. Oof. Nice snipe on the Prism, though. Yeah, Prism goes down. herO, he gets punished. But this may have still been worth it. Oof, yeah, it was. Disruptors have arrived. Nova goes off, and ByuN is down to 51 SCVs. Getting lost a lot of workers in that defense. And again, that's the goal. That's the purpose. Like, this is still okay for herO. Did lose Stalkers and Immortals, so had some expensive losses there. But overall, he's still making sure, he's still ensuring that ByuN doesn't stabilize economically. More Zealots. Again, we're still just rallying out more Zealots. Zealots on the right, Zealots on the left. Disruptors were preserved. Colossus now on the way. Oh. Does ByuN have anything at home? He does, thankfully. Some units to work with, as I'll say, peel off into the mineral line. Gets into the third. Killing more SCVs. There's already 5 workers going down. And here he's slowly building up his main army. Building up the Colossus, building up the Disruptors. I will say, this time, this Zealot run-by wasn't worth it. He killed 5 SCVs, and that was 2 run-bys of Zealots. Like, that was a lot of supply being spent for herO, so he has to be careful not to be too inefficient here. He has to be careful. But here comes the main push. Oh. He does get spotted. He's spotted. ByuN coming in for a flank. He's got his ghosts, he's got his EMPs. But here he gets up the ramp. He does push in. Shots the Novas. Yeah, he's got 2 Novas available. Nice EMPs on the Colossus. First Nova goes up. Ooh, bit of friendly fire. Gets a couple of ghosts. 1 Nova left. But GG gets caught. herO, he does break through. He does overwhelm. And herO ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. So again, a really chaotic style out of herO. But again, it was the same style that we saw in game 1. Actually, like, same style, except in game 1, ByuN successfully defended against everything. Like, herO, he was throwing away so many units in game 1 where it just wasn't worth it, so ByuN took a massive lead. Here in game 2, herO was fighting damage, catching out tanks, catching out medevacs, getting mineral lines. GG. GG, well played. So now getting into our next game. Going to be loading into game number 3. Bearing in mind this is the best of 5, so we have plenty more games ahead of us. Gee, another larger map. Loading into Missing You today. Oh boy. Another one of the larger maps in the map pool. It's big, pappy. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Missing You today, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Yeah, tying up the series 1-1 with in a very aggressive style. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. We go. Hello, ByuN. As he moves out with the early SCV, and I believe we should be setting up to get into the natural. Otherwise, never mind. He pulls back, so we're getting ready for a proxy Rax instead. So proxy Rax out of ByuN. herO is trying to be as annoying as possible. And herO, he should be able to confirm that the Rax is missing. He's checking further behind the mineral line. It is not, has to be careful. It is not uncommon to hide your first Rax further back in the main base, hidden in the main base, or even hidden at the natural. So herO, he has to confirm. They'll see the gases. We'll see if ByuN commits here into a tech lab alongside this. But does go for a double gas opener, indicative of a faster factory. Reaper is going to be on the way. Yeah, here comes Reaper, and I believe it should just be a singular proxy Rax, not too committed. Into the factory at home. As you can see here, he's checking behind the mineral line as well. As we mentioned, like, it's not uncommon to hide the Rax here, so he's double checking. Reaper's halfway done. Here he checks the 3rd location as well. And even going over towards the 4th. Now, with this build, technically, ByuN can turn this into a 1-base all-in and go for a 1-1-1, but this should just be a factory expand. It should be. Three rolls away. For a moment there, I thought we were going to the proxy tech lab. But no, factory back at home, tech lab with the factory, CC on the low ground, and here it does confirm. It does confirm the CC, confirms the factory. Nice rescout with the probe. herO sees everything. Seems well, he knows all. herO is able to lay the CC, not bad. Kills a building worker. Contains ByuN on one base. At least until the Cyclone arrives. The recall should barely save this. Oh my god. Oh wait, whoa, wait, what? wait, what just happened? Did he cancel? Did the recall just get cancelled? Did we just see a bug? he knocked the Stalker up into the air and the recall was cancelled, right? He like got stuck. What just happened? Okay. Was that a bug in game or was that a bug because of the map? Is what I'm curious by. But see in chat, Reaper Grenade cancels recall, it's a bug. Okay. So unfortunate there. But I guess there is a bug in game. Aye. Oh, meanwhile the Reapers are getting caught. So there's a back and forth here. Reapers get thrown away, they get 3 pros, but brutal loss there for ByuN. We'll lose his Reapers. ByuN following up with his Cyclone job, but behind this we have a third TC on the way. So ByuN, he's being quite greedy. He's rushing into a third base, getting into an economic follow-up, which is what we expect out of ByuN. Once again, to reiterate, like ByuN, he's known for like mid to late game in TVP. So he's expanding, he's being quite greedy. Nice damage so far with the Cyclones as he gets into the main base. Has to be so careful. There's no blink. Yeah, no blink Stalkers. It gets away. Does barely pull away in time. Now, with this faster third base here, ByuN, his big power spike should be with his third base being saturated. So if he can land his third, if he can saturate his third base, then he can build up and take a supply lead. Thanks to his greedier build. You can see that here, he hasn't even started his third. How many gateways? Oh, 4. Okay, that's why. four gate blinks. So 4 gate blink out of herO. He's being hyper aggressive. Big delay in the third base of herO. And herO, he's becoming borderline all in. He spots a third. He's aware. ByuN's out of position. ByuN, he has no army. No shot. ByuN doesn't really have anything to work with. Marines going down. Like, this is how greedy ByuN has been. He's got a CC. He's got a tank and 2 Marines, papi. Ay. herO, he might just end the game. No, with this push. With the reinforcements. Okay, there's 3 tanks. There's 3 tanks. We got 3 tanks to defend. We got like 5 Marines. He's going for the tank. Tank goes down. He gets 1. He's gonna get 2. Oof. Okay, red tanks full. Dropping into the main. 1 more tank in the main base. That's the final tank. Nice tank shot. Tank shot goes off. And ByuN, he's defending with the bare minimum. Like, he has the bare minimum to defend. He's barely hanging on. More reinforcements on the way. ByuN, he's got 1 tank left. Down to 1 tank. He should not hold. Yeah, ByuN, he should not hold here. No, GG gets called. Too much greed out of ByuN. And herO takes lead in the series 2-1. GG. Ay. GG, well played. When the Stalkers arrived, ByuN, he had 2 tanks in the main and he had 3 Marines. That's all he had in the main base, like 3 vanilla Marines. ByuN, he rushed into the 3rd TC, into extra Raxes, into extra add-ons. He had very few of just very minimal units to work with, very small supply, and ByuN was gambling a little bit there. herO happened to be going for 4 Gateling Stalker. 4 Gateling, which is hyper aggressive on 2 bases. If you saw, herO didn't have a 3rd. herO didn't expand. herO did not expand. He did not have a 3rd base. herO, he got an extra gateway instead for hyper aggression, and the stars aligned. The stars aligned. herO, he just snowballed out of control. It was unlucky there for ByuN. ByuN was being very greedy against an aggressive build of herO. So almost like a build order win. And I would say build order win because I'm pretty sure that herO, it's not like he did scout the 3rd CC after he was already going for his build. Like he was kind of like blindly going for 4 Gateling. You can argue that maybe he was just assuming that ByuN would be greedy here on a larger map. Just making the assumption. But GG. GG, well played. And with that, we are now getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 4 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Risen Memory. We have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing T1, leading the series 2-1 and 1 game away from becoming our champion. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. If the second tank was Siege, it would have been a win for ByuN though. I would not say that with confidence. I would say that if the second tank was sieged up in time, would it have been a stronger defense? Yes. I don't think he would have defended though. Like I still feel like herO would still reinforce and still break that position anyway, just because there's so little support for the tanks. So I do agree that ByuN would have had a stronger defense, that is true. I don't think that would have been enough though, just because of the extra production, just because of the extra warp-ins, just because of how aggressive herO was being and how little supply ByuN had to work with. So I do agree it would have been better, for sure. Don't know if that would have been enough though. CC first. Speaking of greed, CC first out of ByuN. This is crazy. Going CC first makes a lot of sense on larger maps, right? Like on Missing You Today, or on White Rabbit, or on Celestial Enclave, or Tidal Citadel, or one of the plethora, Mothership, right? We did see it on Mothership, right? Going CC first makes sense on these big maps. This is one of the fewer smaller maps of the map pool. Going for Risen Memory. So this is a bold move here out of ByuN. I mean, I will say that this is a worse map for 4-gate blink. You can see here, like, there's not really many angles to rotate. I mean, you can't really rotate back and forth between the natural and between the main base. Like, the terrain just isn't really there for it. So, yeah, a risky move here by ByuN, and we'll see if he gets away with it. Just a greedier build overall. Welcome to Risen Memory. Risen Memory, of course, is a shorter rush distance by ground. It's also a very open map as well. Very open. We've already seen quite a lot of ZBT on this map, twice already tonight, featuring Solar and featuring GG Machine. Now for the first time seeing a TVP. And we'll see how our players open up. We'll see how herO reacts. No Probe Scout. Ooh, okay. I mean, the Gamba is real. 0 Probe Scout this time out of herO, so herO, he doesn't see that ByuN is cutting corners. Likewise, because of the corners being cut, we're opening up Marine straight into factory production, no Reaper. So ByuN, he will have no Reaper Scout, and that means that ByuN doesn't see this is not a standard game. herO's he's opening up Stargate. Stargate opener out of herO. This is quite risky, this is quite greedy, but I do like this against ByuN. Now, if you remember, if you've been watching StarCraft for a couple of years, you would know that Phoenix Colossus was very meta for a long time. It was very meta for like 2021, 2022, 2023. I want to say like around 2023 it did die down. But Phoenix Colossus was very meta, was very go-to. It did die off, especially this year, because of the rise of all-ins, right? In TVP, you would know this, if you've been watching Clem or Maru or Cure as well, especially in the beginning of 2025, and even in 2024 as well, there's been a rise of popularity of all-ins in TVP, and Stargate play is just so difficult to kind of like survive that aggression and get into the mid-game. But ByuN isn't really known for all-ins, so like, yeah, Stargate play is more viable against him, I feel. Or it just is. Like, I want to say there was like a 2 or 3 month period this year where TVP was pure just all in. Like, you like Terrans would just pull the boys every game. That was like around DreamHack Dallas, or in the lead up to DreamHack Dallas. Meanwhile, Oracle into the main. 7 SCVs going down. Brutal damage already here. Yeah, herO popping off. And he's still not done. The aggression continues, and the reason why ByuN is struggling so much here is because of his greedier build, his greedier starts. Yeah, 7 SCV kills. Behind this, herO rushing into a third base. And herO, I don't think he only gets 1 Phoenix. Oh, okay. Yeah, only 1 Phoenix. Scouts heads into the main base. Behind this, going into charge. Does lift the Cyclone. That means Oracle can just go to town. Gets 3 more SCVs. say shade into the mineral line. Not too much more damage. Ooh, and the Oracle does overextend. Okay. So ByuN does catch the Oracle, cleans out the Adepts. ByuN is pushing. He has to. And we spoke about this, right? We spoke about how Phoenix and Stargate base openers are vulnerable against all-ins, and ByuN is pushing. He said he pulls the boys, he's going for the all-in. Let's go! So 2 base all-in out of ByuN. This does feel like a reaction though. This feels like he's being forced into an all-in because he's taken so many losses. So it's all or nothing for ByuN. Back at home, the problem here is that herO, he's rushing into charge, but he's still not done. Like, charge needs a little bit more time. herO trying to force the siege. He's trying to buy time, trying to slow this down, and he will. Oh, turrets. Yeah, turrets are being thrown down. Bunker as well. Tank volley takes out one of the stalkers. Charge is seconds away. Yeah, charge finishing up in 5 seconds. herO, he doesn't want to be too premature. Nah, he's going for it. He just goes for it. Does go for the lift. He gets 1. Yeah, does lift up one of the tanks. Zealots take it on top, but there's not enough Zealots here. Not enough Zealots here, and ByuN, he has done it. He has broken through. No more Zealots, and we're looking to go for the ace match. Yeah, we're headed for the ace match here. And again, this is a prime example of, like, Stargate openers. And again, on Risen Memory, shorter rush distance spike rounds, more exposed natural base as well. Thankfully, ByuN did commit. I was like, oh, I really like Stargate play because ByuN's less likely to all in. Well, I mean, he was forced into it, so. So let's go. Yeah, with that, he takes over the natural. Pylon goes down. Boys are being pulled into tank fire. Doesn't force friendly fire. And here, he should not be able to survive this. Again, he had to buy time. The gateways are just now finishing up. He threw away all of his Zealots earlier. Snipes the natural, rotating over towards the third, and there's just no army, right? There's just no army. We got 3 Zealots. Let's go. We got a couple more flanking. Okay. Zealots take collapse in the army. They will get 1 tank. Oh, not even. The tanks, they survive. And not a single tank goes down. ByuN leapfrogging his way into the third. It's a slow push, but it's a push that shouldn't be stopped. Yeah, the boys are here to repair. Mass repair on the tanks. Oof. Tanks, they do not go down. Repair's pretty good. It's pretty good. That's let me go with those tanks. Does force a bit of friendly fire. As it looks like maybe 1 tank goes down. Oh, yeah, just barely. He gets 1. 1 tank finally falls. Finally. Yeah, as I'll say, rally in. Nice position here in between the minerals and the pylon. GG gets called. With that, we're going all the way to the ace match. We're going to game 5. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match here. We'll see how this story ends. What map we're going to be loading into. Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? Once again, winding it back, Risen Memory, it does favor aggressive builds, does favor aggressive play. The third base is more exposed, the natural is more exposed as well. The base is just less defendable here on this map, which is why I was surprised to see a Stargate open out of herO. But again, I would imagine it was a calculated move, assuming that ByuN would also still be aggressive and passive, but that was not the case. And now we are loading into that final game. Another one of these larger maps. You know, we had a bit of a break, you know, loading into Risen Memory, but now we're loading into Celestial Enclave. Another big map. Let's go. Let us go. As we have found ourselves in the final game of the series, the final game of the tournament, and spawning in the right hand corner of Celestial Enclave, we have the South Korean Protoss player, we have the red Protoss representing T1, it is herO. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself, representing Shopify Rebellion, it is ByuN. And this time, herO Probe Scouts. herO does move out, and welcome one more for the first time tonight to Celestial Enclave, another one of these massive macro maps. You do have a pocket. You have a pocket natural base. Now, it does only have one gas geyser. It has less resources here, bear that in mind. So typically, you want to take this pocket base as a 4th or as a 5th expansion. Meanwhile, moving forward, you have your main, does lead into the natural. It is a high ground natural, so a very secure natural expansion. When it comes to the third, you can knock down these rocks. You can knock down these rocks, you gain access to your third base here on the left-hand side. There is a worker mineral path here that only workers can actually go through, so it's a way to pull away your workers and save them from a run-by, from a counterattack, to pull them into your pocket, to pull them back in as well. And your initial 3.5 base setup is very safe and very secure. Talking about a 5th expansion, that's when you spread yourself thin, right? The 5th base is more spread out, is further away, is more accessible. Likewise, so is the 6th expansion as well. So things do open up as you get into the late game. And we expect this to go to the late game as well. Again, there's a lot of macro maps in the TLMC map pool. Winter Madness, Taito, Celestial, Mothership, Throne of Dunes, true. Is this ByuN's first time playing on this map? True. Yeah, herO, he just got away. I think that's what they're talking about. He can just go in and then go out. True, you can just get a free probe scout into the base despite the SimCity. Oh no! Has to pull out. He did confirm the single gas, and he confirmed the CC. So economic opener here out of ByuN. He's crazy. No shot. Does he scout? herO, he needs to rescout. That is double CC before factory. Mate. Talk about greed, papi. Ay, ay, ay. So insane greed out of ByuN. You can see the Marine is in position to make sure the scout doesn't happen. Yeah, he's in position. The bouncer is here. Not allowed in, papi. Not allowed in. Again, third CC before it's going to be 3 CC, 3 racks, of course. True, true. So second and third racks is on the way into a Marine heavy composition, into early stim. And currently herO is unaware.
Your probes are under attack.
Oh yeah, probe scout gets denied. So hero's in the dark. And we'll see if herO can confirm, and we'll see if herO can punish. Now, 4-gate Blink Stalker on this map, I mean, the bases are not really accessible. Like, yeah, there's no easy way to harass the bases here, so there's no easy way to punish. What I was gonna say, sorry. So when it comes to 3CC 3-racks, the big downside of this build is your delayed factory, delayed starport, delayed tank production. So something like 4-gate Blink can shut this down, but specifically on this map, the bases are pretty inaccessible, right? It's like Blink Stalkers, there's no easy way to like bounce back and forth. There's no accessible areas here. I mean, sure, you can blink here on the right-hand side, but the army's gonna be here anyway. Rotating over towards the pocket base is not really viable because of the terrain that's blocking you. So yeah, it is easier to get away with a greedy build like this. thanks to the poker base. It's not as easy, not as clear a way to punish. But of course, herO doesn't even know, right? Like herO doesn't even know what's going on. It's fine. Here is going 3-gate blink into a third. Here is moving out, and we should be seeing an expansion. Should be. We have the money for it. We have 500 minerals. Oh, never mind. Okay. Here, he's going to double down a little bit harder. He does go for an extra warp in. Goes for a slightly delayed third. No, sure, there's nothing here. He's just blindly blinking into the... Okay, let's go. He's just going in. He blinks forward. Stim is not yet done. The Stim is finishing up in 10 seconds as Mass Marine. And Mass Marine is available here. Decent kiting by a herO. Does blink away, and I believe that was one Stalker. Two. That was 2 Stalkers going down. Does blink out. Tries to blink over the wall. And again, 0 tanks, right? 0 defensive tanks. Well, Stim is complete. Go for add-ons. Gets a reactor. Adapt into the mineral line. And so far, herO, he's getting damage done. He's punishing. Does punish. Takes off more SCVs. Of course, here remember, he's not all in. Just wants to punish, just wants to pick away. There's a Stim. They base out the Stim, does pull back. One observer gets caught, but there's a backup observer on the right-hand side. And here he picks away at so many Marines. Who bleed out 1 Stalker. He wants that Rax. Gets more workers, gets more SCVs. And the Rax will go down. And that was what? That was 18 Marine kills. 18 Marines, 13 workers, the depot, the add-on, the Rax. For what? For 3 Stalkers. For 3 Stalkers, an Observer, and a War Prism. A much better trade here for herO. If only he hadn't lost the Prism. If he still had the War Prism, he could just reinforce. He could reinforce and keep applying more and more pressure and maybe even just kill ByuN. As now he's floating over. Observer gets caught. War Prism has been rebuilt. Yo, the slow lot drop. Let's go. Slow lots into the pocket. And charge is not done, but the nice mining, not bad. Mining is denied. Snipes the turret. Oof. As herO barely gets away, going back in, but running into Marauders. That is not worth it, bleeding out 2 more Stalkers. herO finally he backs off. He backs off as herO gets a 4th expansion. And this is looking very similar to the first 2 games, where if you remember, the goal of herO is to just keep hammering down ByuN, and eventually ByuN will break. Charge almost complete. Gets into the mineral line. And diving on the medevac. Medevac goes down. And nice pick off, nice trades. It's also going to be thrown away, but they're still trading well against the army, getting 7 more SCVs, getting 8. 8 more SCV kills. Oh. And blinks away, getting even more damage. ByuN just cannot keep up. And as all this is happening, here he's building up that Colossus army. Again, this is very similar to the game on White Rabbit, if you remember. Very similar. That was game 2 of this series. ByuN tries to commit. Goes to the Doom drop. hero's main army is activated. He's running out of Stalkers though. And do we just go for a base trade? ByuN is going. He's setting it. Let's go. We're going for the base trade. ByuN, he abandons his low ground. Abandons the base. Drops into the main. Remember, herO can always recall. He can always recall back home. Never base trade a Protoss back. Yeah. There's the recall. And recalls back home. Shuts down the army. And herO, he just contains ByuN on 2 bases. Like, ByuN, he's just stuck on 2 bases. herO, he maintains his 4-base setup. Oh. ByuN rotating back around. Going back into the main. Now, something important here. Recall's on cooldown. Recall is now on cooldown, so this time... Ah, never mind. There's an army at home. I was going to say that this time we can actually force a base trade, but herO, he does leave some supply back at home. So he can defend. Okay, he defends against the drop. Expansion's going to be cancelled. That's a kill. Yeah, kill will cancel at the same time. Here doesn't care. Here doesn't care. He's just pushing in. He's pushing into the main base. Still just containing ByuN. He's contained. He's trapped on 2 bases. Really on 1.5 bases. He never got his low ground up and running. That was on ByuN. Like, ByuN, he chose to expand in the pocket base first. And the boys are being pulled. Yeah, ByuN is getting desperate. Has to pull the boys. Here he's almost maxed. And here he's running away with this. Again, a crazy greedy build out of ByuN at the start of the game, but herO did successfully punish. He successfully punished the greed. ByuN's build was illegal, Pack. It was illegal. Didn't get away with it. It was punished. And here we go. Here he does force his way in. We have a decent concave here for ByuN, but the numbers just aren't there. Another 2 Colossus, 4 Colossus, the lasers, papi. Yeah, brutal laser show here at the 3rd. Zelce collapse on the bio. GG gets called, and here he snowballs out of control. He will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to herO. A very long, very intense best of 5 finals, by the way. Went the distance. We had a lot of longer and later games, especially game 1 was crazy. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Shout out to ByuN. ByuN, he fought his heart out. Remember, ByuN, he originally wasn't going to be in the finals. ByuN, he went down to Solar in the semis. There were some people asking about it, but if you weren't here for it, Solar did forfeit. Unfortunately, after the semis, he forfeited. He was unavailable to continue his tournament run. So as a result, that's why ByuN did compete in his stead, and he made a series out of it. Went all the way to the ace match, had a crazy back and forth. I will say that, unfortunately, ByuN, he was punished one too many times. We saw a lot of greed out of ByuN. There were multiple times where ByuN, I mean, we saw it here on Celestial Enclave. We also saw it previously as well on Missing You Today. That's another good example where ByuN was hyper greedy and herO was able to punish that greed. Like, herO was hyper aggressive in this series. To the point where he was also killing himself, right? Game 1 is a good example of that, where herO was rallying everything across the map, just ramming his face against the wall, and he lost too much, and ByuN took a massive lead. Took a long time for ByuN to close that out, of course, but still, impressive play. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to herO, as it does claim the series, and with that, a little bit of a longer broadcast here tonight. Typically, our tournaments, the Tuna Cup is usually around 4 hours, but I guess because of the longer games, we almost reached 5. Almost 5-hour cast. Yeah, longer broadcast. But congratulations here to herO, and a shout out to all the other competitors we had here tonight. Again, we had a really nice turnout. If you're curious, this is a weekly tournament, and as you can see, this is our 110th weekly. Sparkling Tuna Cup number 110. That's a crazy amount of Tuna Cups. We've been running this event for many years, more than Wardy's weeklies, or Pegasaur, or the Pegasaur Cups, or the Monday Night weeklies, of course. We're running our events for a very long time, and if you want to help support us, if you want to help support our tournaments, you can do so via BAM. Oh, that was the random raffle, but you can support us, there we go, via our Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. If you do want to get a link to our Patreon page, the Patreon is designed to fund our tournaments. You can actually see it here, so I'll get rid of the bracket for a moment. You can see it under the current graphic on the right hand side. We currently do earn 563 USD a month via our Patreon, and all that money goes towards our tournaments. It all goes towards our 3 tournaments that we have here on my right. You can see here Sea Duckling Open, that's a Duckling. We have Sparkling Tuna Cup, That's the Tuna, and we have Master Sword Open. That is this one. We do host 3 events on a regular basis. SDO and MSO, those 2 tournaments on the opposite sides of the Tuna Cup, they are monthly tournaments, so every month we host those events. Those are amateur tournaments for diamond players, tournaments for masters players as well. Meanwhile, our Open Cup, Sparkling Tuna Cup, is a weekly. Every single week we have the Open Cup, we have Sparkling Tuna Cup. And again, if you want to help us grow the prize pool for that tournament, you can do so via Patreon. We have a bunch of goals to boost the prize pool, to grow it even bigger, and to eventually be able to host monthlies. Monthly finals, I should say. Monthly finals to Tuna Cup. Currently, thanks to some very generous donators in the chat, some very passionate StarCraft fans, we have actually funded 4 monthly tournaments this year: September, October, November, December. So we have 4 monthly tournaments. We already wrapped up the September monthly, and up next we have the October monthly as well. So we have 4 $500 monthly tournaments that have been funded. Thank you so much to the generous $2,000 donation in the chat that we had previously. So because of that, that's why we have those monthly tournaments, but it's only until the end of the year, right? Only until the end of 2025. Coming into 2026, we'll be going back to our regular, just purely weeklies, unless we can grow our Patreon, right? If we can grow our Patreon, then we can boost the prize pool and once again have those monthlies on a regular basis. So if you want to help support us, you can do so via the Patreon. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the cast. And again, this is a weekly tournament. We've been running it for many years at this point, every single week. And again, the lineup, the turnout here was amazing this week. We had herO, we had SKillous, ByuN, Solar, Ryung, GG Machine, Geralt, Christiana, a lot of our regulars, of course. When it comes to some of our other regulars that weren't here, you know, Shin, he made an appearance in a different way. Like, Shin was trying to join the lobbies. Shin. He was memeing. He wasn't competing this week, unfortunately. Bunny and Nightmare, they weren't here this week either, but they're also like semi-regulars in our tournaments as well. Sometimes Showtime shows up. We don't really see many of the other like top Europeans. We do have like Showtime, SKillous, Geralt, Christiana. Maybe one day we'll get the attention of like a Max Pax or a Clem, for example. But for the most part, like these are kind of the signups that you expect to see. A little bit more Korean heavy. But with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. ByuN's PTSD will continue. True. That's the other. I mean, that was another big factor of the finals. I mean, if someone's like, how does ByuN play TVP? Like, what's his style? Show him that finals. Like, show him that series. That's a good introduction to the kind of player that ByuN is. No. Much love to ByuN, by the way. Much love to ByuN. Again, he's been through some trauma. He's been through a lot of trauma in TVP. Much love. But otherwise, again, if you want to support us, or if you want to tune into the VODs of us here on the CranKy Ducklings, again, we cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, more StarCraft than Wardy, more StarCraft than Steadfast. We have the content, we have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. Bam, we have our weekly schedule. And very quickly, you can see our links in the chat. We upload to YouTube on a daily basis, and you can see here, I believe, oh, this is not updated. Yeah, this is not updated. We were live earlier this morning with the SU Safe House. The SU Safe House, we were the B stream. We were the official B stream for the Safe House. Our next broadcast should be tomorrow in less than 24 hours. We're going to be casting what? We're going to be casting the Wardy TV Monday. Sorry, my apologies, not Wardy TV Monday. We're going to be casting SU Safe House, the playoffs, day number 2. Or I guess day 2 of the SU Safe House, the playoffs. We're casting that via replays. That's going to be tomorrow evening. We have Little League Cup on Tuesday. We have Pigasus Cup on Wednesday. We have the Pondcast on Thursday. The Pondcast is our weekly talk show where we catch up with all the results of the week and all the news of the week. So that's what we do discuss there during the Pondcast. We have the Turtle Tussle on Thursday. And of course, we have the Platinum StarCraft League monthly tournaments over the weekend alongside RSL. True. That's another big update, of course. If you're curious, when it comes to big events on the horizon, the Revival StarCraft League qualifiers are this weekend. And of course, we're going to be casting. We will be casting those qualifiers as we often do, as we always do. So again, Revival StarCraft League qualifiers are this weekend. and there's more tournaments to be announced. More tournaments, as always, Pappy. All the casting, all the StarCraft. We're live typically at least once a day. Now, I did say something earlier, which maybe isn't as applicable anymore. I did say that we cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there. That was the case for the past 5 years. For the past 5 years, we cast twice a day, every single day. But specifically, over the past couple of months, we've been slowing things down and casting like once a day. We've been slowing things down. One of the reasons, you can kind of see it below me, we have the bunny cam. I have some new pet bunnies that we recently acquired, so I've been spending a lot of time with them, of course, instead. Spending some time going full like Harvest Moon outside. Got some raised beds. I've been gardening. I've been touching grass like an animal. It's crazy. Instead of pure non-stop StarCraft, we've been slowing things out. We still cast on a daily basis, but not as much as we used to, right? We used to cast literally twice a day, every day, for almost like 5 years straight. I think we went like, what was it? I want to say we went like 7 or 8 months this year with only having like 3 days off from casting. It was something crazy like that. So we've been on that grind, but now we're slowing things down a little bit, you know, enjoying the off season of StarCraft, and I can finally sleep. It's crazy. I can actually get some sleep. Oh my god. Actually sleep more than like 5 hours. Not used to it. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. By the way, I think the camera is dead. I think the battery ran out. So you don't see any. Yeah, it's a still image. Yeah, it's a still image on my right. But I'm gonna be setting them out and spending some time with them, of course. And yeah, hope you enjoy the rest of your week. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. When it comes to other events that are happening in StarCraft, the SC2 Safe House is going to be in a couple of hours. I think like in 3 hours or something, like 2.5. Let me just double check. Here. It is in, yes, 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours is the SC2 Safe House. If you're maybe hearing that for the first time, like, what is the Safe House? Basically, it is the attempted NA version of Home Story Cup. Basically, Zombie Grub alongside Chicken Man, Steadfast, Fear Dragon, Zerg Girl, and State. They all flew over to Vegas. They rented an Airbnb, and they're hosting a tournament from Vegas. And they're having a lot of fun. They're having some like stretch goal rewards. There's like a massive match arena page for them, so you can help support them as well. We were casting that event yesterday. We were the B stream. They were doing the group stage, and we were a part of that. But for day 2, for today, they don't need the B stream. They don't need us, so you know that's fine. I can sleep. It's okay. So they're going to be going live in 2.5 hours. And unfortunately, the hosting of the event is in Vegas, but the games are online. Like they don't really have the funds to fly players from around the world to compete in that event. But the goal, the hope is that they can grow the tournament to be able to do that, right? To be able to fly players and to get to that stage. I would say I really appreciate the initiative. It's a little bit bittersweet because it is a little bit late. The problem is that, you know, how many years has Home Story Cup been running, right? Like, what, almost over 10 years, easily, like what, 15? 15 years of Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup has been running for a long time, so over all those years they've been able to grow their audience and grow expectations for their tournaments and of that nature. The SU Safe House is starting a little bit late. This is the second year. We were casting it last year as well. Second year here for the SU Safe House. So they got a ways to go, but of course, you know, better late than never, right? It's like better to start it now than to not have it at all. So I do fully support the initiative of trying to grow NA StarCraft and trying to grow and foster that audience as well. They do have a long ways to go to be able to be self-sustaining and to be able to afford like flying, you know, players and bringing players from all around, for sure. I do really appreciate that they bring together all the most of the content creators for NA StarCraft, right? With like Chicken Man, Zombie Grub, Steadfast, State as well. Like they're bringing together all the NA casters, all the NA personalities. And it's a really good way to like get attention and of course to start off and to start growing the event. So I wish them the best. I do wish them the best, of course, for their tournament. Again, that's going to be in 2 hours. In around 2 hours' time, do check it out. It's going to be over on Zombie Grub's channel. Oh, let's go. Tomorrow's won the first Home Story Cup. I remember. Good times. Let's go. The Safe House 2 games have been great. Yeah, they've been a lot of fun. They've been really good. Been a lot of fun, for sure. For sure. Beautiful baby. Yes, yes. How do I find YouTube? Exclamation mark YouTube. We have commands for everything. Commands for everything. And again, we do upload to YouTube on a daily basis, so you can just check us out on YouTube. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow. Just downloaded 300 replays from Patreon. Now let me cook. Este de mega. Oh no. Let's go. Let's go. But yeah, with that, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Stick around. We'll be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who's live at the moment? Who's live? Who can we raid? I can see Railgun is live. Cats is playing. Yo, Cats should be at SC2 Safe House. I was trying to think earlier. I was trying to think of like NA talent that isn't at the Safe House. I was thinking of like Nathanius. I was thinking of Cats. Cats should be the Este Paulo. What's going on? Shaking my head. I mean, he's maybe a little bit less ingrained in StarCraft nowadays. True. He doesn't do much related to StarCraft nowadays, but still would have been nice to have seen, especially because SU Safe House is featuring a lot of Latin American players, right? Like there's a lot of Latin American players in the Safe House, so it would have been fitting to have a Latin American caster as well. Justice for Cats. Justice. We'll give him some love. We'll give him a raid. So stick around, give Cats some love. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Thanks for watching. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. See you next time.